be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. Ay, she said be honest, so we can get beyond this. I said I'm all for my bucks, like that boy Giannis. Anything else, I might yawn on a bitch, and she ain't gotta go left to get left, and that's a promise. We eating hummus and washing it down with double shots. She from Bahamas and like hers with peppermint schnapps. She say don't stop, I wanna hear some more, especially about that one lady you said you met at more out. She said I had a fall and calling in, missing work. My money was all in, I was looking for that missing work, and I acted like a jerk and I said some things I shouldn't have, especially when she tried to tell me what I couldn't have, and she ain't even put in half or even seen a half. Talking about she was trying to be my better half, playing that role like I'm taking her for granted, but she the type that wanted me in the county, shipped to granted. I thought we was pretty tight, solid like granite, until I made a move like the man, Mac, damn it. All that questioning had me second guessing, and for a second we couldn't even let no guests in, talking shit. She knew when we first met that I was a certified player that can pitch for the Mets, ball for the Nets, or play D for the Jets. They seen how I flipping them quarterbacks in the back of the Jets. She seen it too, then acted brand new. Threw all my shit away, I had to come back brand new. She fell off, but she somewhere well off. She got game from her man. She fucking with a wheel or a boss. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. On Peppy, bitch, fuck you. I remember when you met me, I wanted to fuck you, but now when I see you, I turn my back on you. Cause my left and right hand just might be back on you. Thinking about the day when you fell off, you just wanted the cake. I was trying to get myself off. You wanted myself off so we could be kissing and holding. But for my cheese, I don't play no games like Greg Oden. No time for bowling or doing them extras. I'm trying to control the block just like in Tetris, and you gon' respect this, or you can get the move in. I thought you accepted this before your ass moved in. Now you talking like the police. What is you talking? Now I'm taking everything you bought and brought in. You better take off walking. Before on you I bail, cause if you keep on talking, I'm gonna have to make bail. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest.
What it do, what it do, what it do, what it do. Yeah, it's your boy we know the most, aka Strictly Ghetto Engine in the damn building. What's up, Tom? My Strictly Ghetto Engines out here in this big engine country. Yeah. Shout out to Smoke, shout out to Hype, and shout out to Hawk School. And I digress like rude. What it do, what it do, what it do, what it do. Got another Found in America, but this time we bringing it to the Carolinas. We done been in Panama. We done been Texas. We done been in Ecuador. We done been in the Lacayans. We done been to Colombia. And shout out to Young Scooter RIP. Now today we in North America with it in the Carolinas. And the reason that I'm bringing this bill today in this video is because it's a professor that's in the North Carolinas, and his lineage is Indian, Black Indians within that area. But the reason that he's saying that the Black Indians is in the area is because of Sir Francis Drake. And And I just want to shed some light on that I think that that's false. And I think that this is another found in America where they just came up with a reason why it's already black people in America when they come to certain areas. So now we in the Carolinas with it, in Roanoke, in the North Carolina part. And just like I was taught in school, and mostly everybody else in the United States was taught in the United States, that the first blacks in the United States was in Virginia in 1619. But now we have a professor that's saying that no, it's 33 years before that in the Carolinas. But the thing is, it's not documented. It's hearsay. It's hearsay. So we have people saying, well, y'all using lookership when y'all trying to find black people in America. And I guess I'm saying, from what I've been finding out here a lot with more reading and research, is that they're using a lot of hearsay. They're using a lot of, well, if he looked like a nigga, then he gotta be from Africa, because we already know what they look like. So we know what they look like. You gotta be kin to them automatically. When they don't even know the world. They ain't even discovered the world. They ain't even discovered where all the black people is at in the world. You know, but they know about Africa, but they don't know about the Americas. They don't know about South America. They don't know about, uh, the islands in like the Philippines and the New Guinea and all them black areas over there. They don't know nothing about none of that at this time. So I just want to play this video right here. I guess it's a reaction, but I'm also going to put in my little bit of, I guess my argument that's saying that the professor is wrong. Who am I? I'm just a street nigga from the east of Oklahoma City reading these historical accounts, and I'm just coming up with my own opinion. I'm coming up with my own opinion, reading these historic accounts. Ain't nobody putting no battery in my back. I don't give a fuck about nobody else, to tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's about what I got going on and how I'm looking at it in my peoples. And shit, if you're looking at it like that, you're looking at it. If not, we can chop it up. Brother Sal was telling that I'm tripping. We got somebody from the other side in the building that wants some wreck. But to tell you the truth, man, this ain't even no type of wreck type of. It is type of time. I mean, it is kind of a type of wreck night, but it's really about getting the information out instead of going back and forth. But my boy Shot Son, he represents Jersey City, man. Shout out to the black people out there in Jersey City, New Jersey. And that's what's cool about this YouTube and the internet. You get to reach out to a lot of people that you probably wouldn't get to hook up with on a daily basis where you at. But it's good to hook up with other black people within the world in the United States, and to try to go back and forth, sharpen each other tools with this information to try to get this shit right for us in America, because we all fucked up over here. But let me bring this to the light a little bit, and let's get this going, because it's already 10:20 in my area.
Ohio State University, 1980, Cultural and Technical State University. Dr. Arwen D. Small, go ahead and share your screen while I'm introducing you, and go ahead and get that ready. We are very happy today to welcome Dr. Arwen D. Smallwood, who is the interim vice provost for undergraduate education at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University in Greensboro, North Carolina. He received his BA in Political Science in 1988 and MA in History in 1990 from North Carolina Central University. He received his PhD in Early U.S. and African American History from the Ohio State University in 1997. He has taught as a visiting lecturer at North Carolina A&T State University, 1993-94. He was Director of African American Studies at Bradley University, 1994 through 2003. He taught in the Department of History at the University of Memphis, 2003 to 2013, and helped build its PhD program in African American history. He then became chair of the Department of History at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, 2013 to 2018, and latter chair of the newly organized Department of History and Political Science, 2018 to 2022. So let's give a wonderful virtual welcome to Dr. Arwen Smallwood. And Dr. Smallwood, the time is all yours. I'd just like to remind everyone to please mute yourselves. And also, it's just a kindness to also turn off your video while the speaker is speaking, even though I will just highlight him, and we'll all come back during the Q&A. You can all come back on screen at that time. So it's all yours, Dr. Smallwood.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that warm introduction. Good to see people I know like Marvin here as well. So I'll, again, I'm looking forward to walking through this. And it appears that there are folks who really are from that region and probably share that heritage. So this should be a good presentation and talk for you. So I'll go ahead and jump straight in. And I'll start by saying that there are a couple of questions that I hope to answer. Now, I know most of you all are genealogists, or you're particularly interested in genealogy. And so I'm hoping that this, will answer some questions for you and kind of help direct your work as you kind of go through and, this presentation and listen to this presentation. One of the questions that I hope that I can answer for you, and that might be of interest to you, is what have we overlooked about Black and Indigenous people in North Carolina when studying the centuries before 1619? I know a lot of people have probably heard of the 1619 Project. Those are from Virginia. But, in North Carolina, we had an African presence before 1619. Our earliest recorded African presence was in 1586. And we'll talk about that during this presentation. So you have quite a few.
So he said it's early recording, and I ain't, this ain't no shots at the teacher or professor. He's well versed in me, but I think that he's reaching when we come to this subject, because he did say that it's documented, and I don't think that it's documented, and I'm gonna try to shed some light on that. But shout out to this teacher right here, man, because we wouldn't be getting knowledge and stuff like that if it wasn't for people like Mr. Smallwood. So definitely shout out to Mr. Smallwood. This ain't no shot at Mr. Smallwood at all. I'm just giving my opinion.
African indigenous people, mixed people in Northeast North Carolina earlier than 1619, when the indentured servants were brought to Jamestown, Virginia. So, the answer again to that question is that there is a great deal that Native peoples in North Carolina and Virginia, before contact with Europeans, the impact of the Spanish, on them, because the Spanish brought Africans to the Carolinas as well and to Virginia, and then the impact of the English later in the 1580s. And we're going to talk about that during the presentation. Second question I think should be of some interest to folks is that as Europeans settled in North Carolina and Virginia, how did Blacks and Indigenous people collaborate and build communities both separately and together? And the answer is they merged everywhere. That we have settlements, plantations where you have indentured servants, both white, African and Indian who intermarry and intermix. And remember, these are indentured servants, not slaves. So they intermix while being indentured, and then they become free people of color, mixed race people, free people of color. And they begin to populate, on the frontier of the Virginia settlement in Northeast North Carolina from Virginia, and on the frontier in the Piedmont of Virginia. And then you have these frontier settlements, let's start the swamps first. There were people who didn't want to be indentured servants who ran away, who escaped, and they fled into the swamps of Virginia and North Carolina. Most notable being the Great Dismal Swamp, which half is in Virginia, half is in North Carolina. And then in Southeast North Carolina, what we call the Alligator Swamp, which pretty much all of Eastern North Carolina was swampy. They've drained the swamps now and they farm the land now, but during the time of first contact and when Native peoples were living in the areas, they were mostly swamp. There are frontier settlements, people who are of mixed heritage, they leave the settlements, particularly as Virginia begins to legalize slavery and then begins to institutionalize race-based slavery, that people of African descent, or who are mixed with African are going to be slaves for the rest of their lives. You have large numbers of mixed race people who move to the frontier and live in independent communities on the frontier between the Native Americans and the Europeans. And they trade and serve as, go-betweens between the Indians and the white settlements. And then finally, the Native nations. Native peoples didn't really have any, they didn't see race in the way that Europeans began to see it. Even the Europeans initially didn't really see it, but then eventually create a race-based society. So on the frontier, Native culture was such that the children of their women, that's where you got your nation from. So if your mother was a Maharan, then you were a Maharan. If your mother was Choanoke, you were Choanoke. If your mother was Powhatan, then you were Powhatan. Your mother was Tuscarora, you were Tuscarora. It didn't matter what the father was. Father could be Black, could be Indian or white or another Indian nation. You took your nation from your mother. And so on the frontier, where slaves had run away to Indians, poor whites had run away to Indians, there were communities of Indians that included Blacks, Indians, and whites, but they were living as Indian people because of the culture that they were involved with. The third question, how has slavery affected both communities? And really you can say all three communities, Indian communities, African communities, and white communities. And the answer is in many, many ways, that particularly in how slavery was established and legally expanded, it led to the Native American slave trade and wars between Native American nations, in which natives were enslaved. It led to the splitting of Native American nations into slave-holding Indians and non-slave-holding Indians. We'll talk a little about that. The Southeastern Indians, what we call the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokees, the Creeks, the Choctaws, Chickasaws, the Yamasees and Catawbas, not really considered 5 civilized, but were confederated with them, all practiced African Indian slavery and all moved, the 5 civilized, when they moved to Oklahoma, forced marched thousands of African slaves to Oklahoma with them and forced them to clear the land and cultivate cotton as they had done in the Deep South and states like Georgia, Alabama, parts of Tennessee and Mississippi. And then, we talk about the cause many African Americans to become mixed with Native American, even out in Oklahoma today, because they had slavery until the end of the Civil War. In fact, they don't abolish slavery in Indian country in Oklahoma until 1870, after the US government forces them to abolish slavery. So you have a lot of people who are of mixed and African Indian ancestry, even amongst slaveholding Indians, but certainly amongst the Indians in the Northeast who never practiced African slavery because so many ran away and they took them in and then mixed with them. And then the final question that I hope this presentation will answer and give insights on is how has the European idea of race affected our communities? Before the American Revolution, after and through to the Civil War, both Black and Indian people in North Carolina were described as mulatto or free people of color. Before the Civil War, why and what does this mean? how have Black and Indigenous identities been seen as separate or the same? Example of this. I say at the bottom here, the answer is that most have always chosen one of four paths to survive. They have become Indian, Lumbees would be an example, and other groups that are still in North Carolina, Halawasaponis, various types of Saponis, Maharans. They became Black. Quite a few African Americans, the Shepherds, for example, who founded North Carolina Central University, the founders of North Carolina Mutual Life. There are many families that were Lumbee or would be considered Native people who went for African American and just considered themselves African Americans, but their brothers and sisters went for Lumbee, and their descendants are still considered Lumbee or considered Native today. They became white. Very early on, whites were intermixing with Indians. They took Indian women, took them as their wives. They had a white wife back in the settlement. They had an Indian wife on the frontier because you couldn't trade with Indians unless you were considered family. And the only way you could become family was by marrying one of their women. So you already had people who were having children that were half white and half Indian. And then if that half white, half Indian child married another white, very quickly the child appeared to be all white, but they were actually of Indian ancestry. In some cases, they were triracial, Indian and African ancestry, but they passed for white. And then the final category is what we call triracial isolates. And you have groups like the Melungeons, the Jackson Whites, the Red Bones, the Brass Ankles. There are numerous groups of mixed race, triracial people scattered from Indiana and Ohio, all through North Carolina, Eastern Tennessee and Kentucky, all through Vardy, Tennessee, down into South Carolina, into Louisiana and East Texas, who were of mixed heritage, triracial heritage, Indian, Black, and white. And they chose not to be with whites, chose not to be with Blacks, or be seen as Indian, but created their own independent, thriving communities in which they, were basically people of color, free people of color, but triracial isolates. So we're going to try to touch on these themes, and through this presentation, hopefully it will give you some answers to the questions and illustrate for you what I just laid out for you in brief as we kind of go through this presentation. So I'm going to start with Native Americans in North Carolina and Virginia at first contact. So the first part of this is going to be talking a little bit about Native American history and the impact of Native Americans on Virginia and North Carolina and how they are connected. Because historically, the regions are connected. They're connected today. They were connected 100 years ago. They were connected 300 years ago. They were connected 500 years ago. The native people were interconnected between Virginia and North Carolina. The Europeans that came were interconnected. They moved down from Jamestown into northeastern North Carolina. It was considered Virginia. North Carolina, eastern North Carolina was considered Virginia. And then again, when Africans are brought in, it's the same thing. So the region has always been connected, and the peoples of the region, Indian, Black, white peoples, have always overlapped, intermixed, and had connections. But we're going to start with the native people. And we're going to talk about the native folks in North America and what became the United States, and what was significant about them prior to the arrival of Europeans. Now, I started with this illustration because when we get into European settlement and we get into colonization, the east, the areas east of the Mississippi River, which are called the northeastern and southeastern woodlands because of the forests that existed, there are two major regions with two major native groups and cultures, right? So you have your northeastern woodlands, and I just touch on a couple of the major groups here. We're going to get into detail about the North Carolina groups, but the dominant groups in the northeast from the Mississippi River over up to the St. Lawrence River and up into Canada and the Hudson River. The dominant groups, what we call the Six Nations in particular, or the Iroquois Confederacy, are going to be the Mohawks, the Oneidas, the Onondagas, the Cayugas, the Senecas, and the Tuscaroras. But then east of the Delaware, the Chesapeake Bay, you're going to have your Delaware Indians and, of course, the Powhatan Confederation. There was a number of different Algonquin-speaking Indians that made up the Powhatan Confederation. And these are just your dominant group. Now, there are other groups in the Midwest and Illinois, the Illini. You got your Peoria Indians, your Miami Indians in Ohio, but I'm only focusing on the Northeast Indians right now, which are going to be a significant part of First Contact. Then when we get into the Southeastern Indians, and really it's the Cape Fear River. If you're looking at this map in the line, it's the Cape Fear River. Everything north of the Cape Fear River is considered Northeastern Indians. So the Tuscaroras, along with the Indians of that region, the Core, the Nusk, the Indians along, they're all considered to be Northeastern Indians. They all basically have a similar, culture. They trade with one another. They align themselves together in military campaigns. They are all considered really kind of one people under one banner, if you will. Although there can be, and there had been internal conflicts from time to time, they're all kind of united under one banner. In the Southeast, south of the Cape Fear River, you have your Cherokees, the Creeks, the Catawba and the Yamasee, the Santee, and to the west, the Chickasaws and Choctaws out in Mississippi, parts of Alabama, and into Louisiana. So that's your basic construct. And I just mentioned at the top of the hour how Europeans, Africans coming together with Native people, we see a cultural divide even at first contact between what we call the Northeastern Indians and the Southeastern Indians, in that the Southeastern Indians participate heavily in what we call the Native American slave trade. All of the Florida Indians were pretty much decimated by the Cherokees and the Creeks and sold off into slavery into the British Caribbean. And then the Northeastern Indians, tended to be opposed to Indian slavery and African slavery. And they tended to harbor runaway slaves, intermarry and intermix with runaway slaves. And they really are the foundations of what we call the Underground Railroad, which smuggles slaves from the Virginia and the Carolinas up through the Ohio Valley, Indiana, Michigan, across into Windsor, Canada, and on over and up into places like Montreal and into Toronto. So just an overview, a very broad overview of Native culture and Native people in the regions that we will have first contact during the time of first contact between Europeans and Africans. So to break it down a little further, all those nations of Indians, and it's just an overview because there are many, many more, but those Indians, they really broke up into three basic language groups. They broke up into the Iroquois, dominating the Great Lakes region. As I mentioned, Mohawks, Oneidas, Cayugas, Onondagas, Senecas, and down into North Carolina with the Tuscaroras, the Maroons, and the Nottaways, and then to the west, the Cherokees. Cherokees are interesting. Cherokees were Iroquois, but they moved out of, down into Tennessee, which belonged to the Creeks, who were Muskegon. And they took so many Muskegon women, so many Creek women, that they remember women dominate the society. Women teach the children, their traditions and who they are. They took so many Creek women when they invaded Tennessee and pushed the Creek out that they altered their culture. And the Cherokee began to see themselves as more Muskegon and Creek than they were Iroquois. Although all the evidence, anthropological and archaeological evidence, and even their language indicates that they broke off, and even their oral tradition, the Iroquois have an origin story, which we will touch on in a moment, in which the Cherokees were a part of them, but broke off. And they're the only group that did not remain in connection or contact with them. So you have these major language groups, again, the Iroquois, the Muskegons, and the Algonquins, which tended to dominate the Chesapeake Bay area of Virginia and the Tidewater areas of Virginia, coming down into the coastal areas of North Carolina. So when we look at and we talk about the Algonquins, they're coming up from, the Chowan River and in the swampy areas of eastern North Carolina, up along the coast into the Chesapeake, the eastern shore of Virginia and Maryland, Delaware, on up, through New York State. But the Algonquin peoples, who speak the Algonquin language, that's pretty much, they paralleled the movement of the Iroquois coming down from Canada. All of them originated kind of in New York and in the Northeast, and they kind of parallel each other's movement. the Delawares and the Nanticokes that settle in Virginia. They come down along the coast, and then you get into the Powhatans in Virginia, and then those other coastal Indians in eastern North Carolina. So I will, as I wrap this part up, I will just state as a footnote, these groups were very familiar with each other. These groups shared, a history, a great respect for each other. Delawares are still living amongst, Six Nations at Grand River in Canada. Abenakis and other Algonquin-speaking people are confederated with the Mohawks and the others at Montreal at Ganawagi, the Mohawk reservation there. So these Indians, had a relationship that was ancient. It goes back for hundreds of years, and they interacted with one another, traded with one another, sometimes had conflicts with one another, but in general, were in contact with each other as they moved down from Canada and from the St. Lawrence River Valley and the Hudson River Valley down into eastern North Carolina and Virginia. Okay. If we talk about the origins of the Iroquois who tend to dominate Virginia and eastern North Carolina, particularly the Maroons, the Nottaways, and the Tuscarora, it's important to talk a little bit about that origin story, and I'll do it briefly and then try to move us along. But according to oral traditions, and even the archaeological record backs this, the Iroquois lived in the ancient city of Cahokia over 1,000 years ago, many, many years ago. And they were one people. They were not divided into all the different Iroquois people who are connected. And then there was a great natural disaster, a great flood that caused them to migrate. And they migrated from the Mississippi River Valley eastward. Now, Cahokia, the city of Cahokia is still there. You can go to St. Louis. It's right near East St. Louis, across the river from St. Louis. I mean, the mounds are still there. They're ancient mounds. They were designed just like the Aztec temples, in Central America. The only difference is they were made out of earth instead of made out of stones. In fact, the old history, and really we watched the movement of corn. Many of these people really originated in the Arizona, Mexico area, and really even further south. They originally came out of Central America and out of Mexico, and then up from there, up into the Southwest, and then over across the Mississippi River into the Illinois area. And then after this period of history, they have this disaster, they disperse east and then separate into those different groups of Indians. And then, as I mentioned to you before, the Cherokees end up in Tennessee. And so they end up settling in what became Tennessee, North Georgia, but where the Creek, after forcing the Creeks out of that particular region. I also point this out just as a footnote again, that all of these people are connected. They come from one common source, one common origin. That's been proven genetically as well. And again, we can see when they branch off from that one Iroquoian group. The Cherokees go off first, which is what the stories have always said. The Tuscaroras come off next. And then from the Tuscaroras, the Nottaways break off in Virginia, and the Maroons break off in Virginia. Now, these groups are important, and I'll pause for a moment with the Maroons and Nottaways. I'm sure many of you, because a number of you are from Virginia and are in the Virginia area, have heard of Nat Turner. So Nat Turner, his people are there basically in Cortland, Virginia, the Nottaways. But I don't think many people realize he's a Nottaway Indian, or he was a Nottaway Indian. His great-great-granddaughter is chief of the Nottaway Nation of Virginia today. And they always have seen Nat Turner as an Indian, as Nottaway. Although he was mixed and he was African-American as well, he is seen as a native person. And as I pointed out to you, the Nottaways are Tuscaroras, as are the Maroons. They come off of one bloodline, in many, many years, one bloodline, and then they separate into what we know as the Nottaways of Virginia and the Maroons of North Carolina and the Tuscaroras of North Carolina. Then you go over and you'll see the Cayugas. They come off next and then crisscross the genetic lines and end up coming along next. Two lesser groups I haven't talked much about, the Wyandots and the Hurons, which were in the Great Lakes region as well. But then we have the Senecas, Of course, the Cayugas come back in and diverge into the Six Nations. We have the Onondagas, the Susquehannas, the Oneidas, and then the Mohawks. And that is where we see our groups of nations. The 5 nations concentrated in the Great Lakes region with the Wyandots and the Hurons along Lake Huron, all interconnected and aligned with one another. And then the Tuscaroras broken off and in Virginia and split into the Maroons and the Nottaways in the Piedmont of Virginia and the coastal plains of Virginia, North Carolina. And then the Cherokees in the west, in the Appalachian Mountains, in North Georgia, North Alabama, southern part of North Carolina, but throughout Tennessee. How they get into North Carolina and into the Virginia region, they come down out of the Appalachian Valley, and they follow basically the Roanoke River Valley southward and eastward. Roanoke, Virginia is the source of the Roanoke River. From there, the river flows through Virginia and then eventually goes through Roanoke Rapids on down along my area, Indian Woods, which is in the southern part of Berkeley County, and then out into the Albemarle Sound. The Mahound River flows through Virginia, down into the Chuan River, and then out into the Albemarle Sound, and then the Nottaway River and the Black River do the same, okay? So as they migrate down along the Roanoke River, they will begin the process of settling on the banks of these major rivers. So they are, connected. They are kinfolk, but as they separate from one another, they develop cultures that are distinct. And really, more so than anything else, the Europeans are the ones who really give them these distinct names, Nottaway, and they named the Nottaway River and the Mahound and the Mahound River. But I think culturally at that time, there was not a big difference between the Tuscaroras of North Carolina and the Mahounds and the Nottaways of Virginia and Northeast North Carolina. We then come down further from the Roanoke River to the Tar River and the Neuse River, which flow into Pamlico Sound. And the Tuscaroras just continue to populate along the rivers, moving south over land routes and settling along the banks of these major rivers, the sources of which are in the Piedmont of North Carolina. So we end up seeing the settling of the Tar River, the Neuse River, and then as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, they moved down as far south as the Cape Fear River, which, as you see, incorporates, the Tar and Neuse incorporate Raleigh and Wake County. The Cape Fear, the source of it is up here in Greensboro and in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, and it all goes down into the Deep and Haw River and basically down to Wilmington. Okay, so all of these peoples and all of these river systems, all of these areas are interconnected. And then between the Cape Fear River and the Yadkin River, eventually you can talk about the Catawba River, then you get into the Southeastern Indians, and you get into the Catawbas, the Yamasees, with those Indian groups that are to the south that were at odds with the Tuscaroras and their allies to the north. So collectively, they are known as the Six Nations. The Mohawks, the Oneidas, the Onondagas, the Cayugas, the Senecas, and the Tuscaroras. And since I see the Mahounds and the Nottaways as being Tuscaroras, that constitutes what we call the Six Nations. And they were the most powerful Indian confederation in the history of North America. All Indian nations were significant, but the Iroquois and the Iroquois Confederacy and the Indians that were militarily aligned with them and came under the protection of the Iroquois Confederacy made them the most powerful Indian nation in the history of North America. And they had a true democracy. Our foundations of the US Constitution and our democracy are based upon the Iroquois Great Law and based on the fact that the Six Nations and the Indians they sheltered had this massive confederation in which people were equal. And not only were the people equal, it was the women who decided who the leaders were. The clan mothers collectively, they chose the chiefs and decided who the leaders were and what directions the nation would go in. I think you see very clearly from this French map, you can see Massachusetts Bay there in green to the east. You can see Long Island there in pink. You see New Jersey there in kind of an orange, and on down to the Chesapeake Bay. You see the Eastern Shore, Maryland, Delaware, and then you see Virginia and Northeast North Carolina. And in the western there, in the western part there, you see the Six Nations, and you see their longhouses, their massive villages, and their communities. You can see them stretched there throughout the western part of the state, of what became the state of New York. And then if we go down into North Carolina, you have the upper Tuscaroras, the lower Tuscaroras. I've already talked about the Maroons and Nottaways, but I don't have them on this particular map. But then you have a number of coastal Indians who are Algonquin-speaking people, the Machapungas, the Bear River Indians, the Mattamuskeet, the Chowanokes, the Yupin, Hatteras, Coranoose, the Coranoose, Hatteras and Noose Indians and Core Indians were Iroquois Indians. But the Roanoke, the Martuck, the Pamlico, the Pasquotank, et cetera. But you have all your Indian groups scattered throughout eastern North Carolina, most of whom, by the time we have large European settlements, are confederated. They may have been at odds with one another at different times in their history, but by the time we have significant English settlement, they have become confederated with one another by the time we get into the 1600s and 1700s to protect themselves against the expansion of the English. Once again, because of this, when we think of the Iroquois, we think of some of the most highly advanced native peoples in the history of the Western Hemisphere. When we think of the Iroquois, we think of the Incas in South America. We think of the Aztecs in Mexico. We think of the Pueblos and Anasazis. We think of the Pacific Coast. We think of a very highly advanced group of native people who had a tremendous impact on the development of America throughout the colonial period. And because of the Tuscaroras' blood ties to the Five Nations or the Iroquois Confederation, they have a massive empire that stretches from the Great Lakes region of the Midwest and Northeast down into the South and into the Carolinas. Okay. Because of their trade networks with their kinsmen to the north, we are going to see that they trade primarily seashells, but they have an extensive trade route throughout the western part of North Carolina into Kentucky and down into South Carolina and North Georgia. And they're primarily they'll trade salt, they trade paint, they trade all kinds of goods, flint for arrowheads, but they're known for trading, particularly to their kinsmen to the north, seashells. And they trade seashells that they gather from the Outer Banks of North Carolina to their kinsmen to the north. And people say, well, seashells, what's significant about seashells? Why would they trade seashells? Just as a quick footnote, it's important to understand that seashells are seen by native people as being the equivalent of gold and silver, rubies, diamonds, precious stones. They valued seashells above all others, other commodities. And they used seashells to make wampum belts. And those wampum belts were given, to people. They recorded their history in the wampum belts. And so wampum belts were extraordinarily important, to native cultures. And the Tuscaroras, having control of North Carolina and access to the Outer Banks of North Carolina, they provided most of the Five Nations with their seashells to make wampum belt and to basically trade. Now, I'm not going to go into detail explaining about the clans because I've spent a lot of time on Native people, but I wanted to touch on Native people because I know that, many of you may or may not know that much about the Native peoples that were in Virginia, North Carolina, and their relationship with other groups during this particular time period. So I did want to touch on it. But I will say very briefly here that when we talk about the Tuscaroras, that there were 7 major clans, and the clans took on the names of game animals that were abundant in the territories that they were settled on. And so we have 7 major clans: snipe, wolf, deer, turtle, beaver, bear, and eel. And there may have been other clans, but at the time of contact, when we have really good written records, there were 7. And so I represented those 7 there. And the other nations that we're talking about, like the Powhatans and the Choanoks and the Chesapeake Indians and the Nesmans, the Herons, they all had clans as well, and they had the same basic structure that we see the Tuscaroras having at the time of first contact as well. Again, I'm not going to go over all these Indian nations, but this just written out, and I provided the PowerPoint presentation, to Ms. Sanders to share with you all, so that you can look at these in detail on your own. But we won't go over, I'm not going to go over all of these for the presentation. Many of these groups still exist, like the Saponis and so forth. They still exist in North America today. So now I'm going to shift gears and talk about European contact and talk about the Europeans. And we will, move through, and you all have to check me on my time, because I know I'm only supposed to be given an hour, but I can have a tendency to go over at that time. So just you check me and let me know when it's time for me to stop. But as I touch on the Spanish first, so now we're talking about Europeans. It's important to understand that the Spanish were here first, right? The Spanish got to the Americas 100 years before the English did. And they made contact with the native groups in North America. We have a tendency to focus just on the English, and because that's where our history begins, supposedly, is with the English. So the years before the English got there, we don't really touch on, but the Spanish were here, and they had explored Florida, Texas. You can clearly see this is a map of the southeastern United States. They knew the Cherokees, the Creeks, the Choctaws, the Chickasaws. They knew the Catawbas, the Yamasee. They traded with them. They released horses so that the Creek became horsemen and had horses. So they had interacted with the folks, and they had mapped the region. They knew where all the capital cities were and all of the major players were, who the chiefs were. So they have a very good understanding of what we call the southeastern part of the United States and all of the native peoples that are there in the southeast, and they'd interacted with them. Remember, the Cape Fear River divides the southeast from the northeast, and then between the Catawba and the Cape Fear River is kind of a no man's land, because the Catawbas are enemies of the Tuscaroras, and the southeastern Indians tended to be enemies of the northeastern Indians and the Tuscaroras as well. But these regions were well known, well documented, well discovered, and the Spanish were expansive. The Spanish had gone in and taken all the Caribbean. The Spanish had gone in and taken all of Central America and South America. They destroyed the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Incas, and they'd taken all of the southern part of the United States, Texas, California, Arizona, New Mexico, all of Florida, all the way over to South Carolina. They were very expansive, and they had pretty much colonized and taken control of all of North America, and particularly the coastal areas of North America within their first 100 years. But they found it very difficult to penetrate north of the Cape Fear River. And it was because the Indians of the Northeast, including the Indians in North Carolina, the Tuscaroras, Maroons, Nottaways, were confederated, and they had a democracy, and they were all in alliance with one another. And unlike in Central America, where the Mayans and Aztecs had dominated, native groups and enslaved native groups, and really had, abused them, the Spanish were able to get those Indians that had been abused to turn against the Aztecs and help them to undermine and destroy the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incas. And then once they destroyed them, then they enslaved the Indians that helped them to destroy them. But they could not do that to the Indians in the Northeast, because the Indians of the Northeast, again, had a very different relationship. They were, I said, with the exception of the Southeastern Indians, who were enemies, those Indians north of the Cape Fear River had a relationship that was such that it was very difficult for the Spanish to try to penetrate their region. But that was not without effort. They did try. The Spanish moved into North America. They established colonies all throughout Florida, in both West Florida and East Florida, and all throughout South Carolina at Parris Island, and all the way up even into North Carolina. They also go as far north as Virginia. Most people don't understand that before Jamestown, Virginia, in which the English settled Virginia, the Spanish were already there. The Spanish had built a mission there in Virginia at what became Jamestown. And they established a church, and they were attempting to Christianize the Indians and basically, move into that region. And I have to do a quick brief history of this. The mission was established in 1570. Prior to 1570, the Spanish had gone along the coast of North Carolina and Virginia, capturing women and children and selling them off into slavery. In fact, there was a brisk Native American slave trade in the 1500s in which the Spanish took tens of thousands of Native American women in particular, but women, children, and sold them off into Europe as sex slaves. So there was a brisk trade throughout the Caribbean and along the coast of North America and throughout North America in which they captured Native American women in particular, and they took them back and sold them to the families in Spain and Portugal and throughout Southern Europe. Earlier, they had gone to the Chesapeake and taken, the son of the chief of the Powhatans, took him down to Mexico City, educated him, taught him Catholicism, and taught him the Spanish language, and then brought him back in 1870, 1871 to reinstall him as the chief of the Powhatans to gain a foothold in the Chesapeake and influence over those Indians. It did not work out the way they hoped it would. He had become so, Europeanized that he was different than his people. And in their traditions, their chiefs and their men could have multiple wives and oftentimes had multiple wives, but the Catholic Church frowned on having more than one wife. And so the priest berated the young man in front of his people for having more than one wife. And he had to act because his people were very unhappy and incensed by it. And so he ordered the killing of the priest and the burning of the church, and basically destroyed that outpost for the Spanish in the Chesapeake. When the Spanish became aware of what had happened, when they returned and found the church destroyed, priests killed, they systematically went throughout the region, burning and killing and destroying, the homes of the Algonquin-speaking people in the Chesapeake, forcing many of those people to flee those areas and go further inland and further south into North Carolina. So there's a whole bunch of activity that is happening in North Carolina. In the western part of North Carolina, where Pardo in 1566 goes up from South Carolina into the western part of Carolina as far west as, where Warren Wilson College is today, establishing fortifications along the way, but really incensing the native people, creating alliances where you have Tutelos and Saponis who are actually suing people, who break away from the Catawba people who are suing people and realign themselves with the Iroquois people. And then they burn and destroy all of those Spanish forts in the western part of the state and drive the Spanish out. And those alliances that were created between the Powhatans and the Siouan-speaking people like the Tutelos and Saponis still exist today. There are Tutelos and Saponis still with the 5 nations, the 6 nations in Canada on their reservations, living with them even today. So there's this confusion that's happening, and they're attacking these drawings that you're going to see here. Some are a bit disturbing, so I prepare you for that. But they were drawn by the Spanish, by Bartholomew, who was a priest who accompanied the conquistadors on their campaigns throughout the New World, but particularly in North Carolina. You've seen this style housing before. You've seen these palisades before. You've seen these long houses. They call them long houses, Iroquois long houses before. And you see the Spanish, basically burning and destroying those long houses and abusing the peoples in that region as they are attempting to seize control of these people and basically, destroy these people. They're releasing dogs on the people. They attack and burn the people's home. They kill the chiefs. They take their foodstuffs, burn their villages and their homes. But they basically execute a campaign of terror in which they kill women and children and men in an effort to destroy these people and their alliances and gain a foothold in North Carolina and Virginia. This illustration is of the Spanish chopping the hands and feet off of Indians. In the American Philosophical Society, they have the greatest collection of Native American stories and archaeological materials anywhere in the country, in Philadelphia. And one of the stories, they have Tuscarora stories that were recorded as early as 1918 and in the 1930s, audio recordings as well as written accounts. One of the stories of the Tuscarora was called the Handless Maiden. It's beautiful young Indian women who did not have any hands. Her hands were gone. And when I read through that story, I thought that the story indicated that there was, that this was just a story that was being told to children to, make them behave and be right. And it wasn't until I found this illustration in Bartholomew's work on their campaigns in Virginia and the Carolinas that I saw that this was actually a true story, that actually Native people's hands and feet were cut off while they were alive, and they had no hands and they had no feet. And it was all done, to terrorize the Native people and to bring them, under the influence and the control of the Spanish. But what instead it did was it incensed the Native people in Western North Carolina. It created new alliances between Tutelos and Saponis and other Indian groups, and they completely obliterated the Spanish in the western part of the state, burning all of their fort and fortification and driving the Spanish out down into South Carolina and out into the sea. And the Spanish were never successful in gaining a proper foothold in North America, but the damage that they did to Native people and how they affected the culture of the Native people would remain and would be transformative. Not only did they spread disease all throughout Western North Carolina and throughout Southeast Virginia, in which ravaged whole villages and communities and devastated the Native population, but they left an impression amongst Native people about Europeans in North Carolina, Virginia, that would not soon be forgotten. And it would remain with them until the arrival of the English in the region in the 1580s. So I know I'm running out of time, but I'm going to try to touch a little on the English. And as I said, call time on me, because if you don't call time, I may go long. So call time when we get to, when I've reached the end of my time. So I've already established for you the impact of the Spanish. I've already talked about, how Native people existed prior to the arrival of Europeans. I just touched on the first Europeans, which were the Spanish, to arrive. I touched on the fact that they had impacts in North Carolina as well as Virginia. And I talked about the fact that they were already early on kidnapping Native American women and children from the Caribbean and from the coastal areas of North Carolina, Virginia, and right on up the North American coast. And they were taking them back to Europe and selling these women in particular as sex slaves back in Europe. At the same time, they were bringing Africans into the Caribbean from Africa, into what was the Spanish Caribbean, Cuba, the Bahamas, Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and also even into parts of Florida. But I think one of the few things people realize too, or don't really realize, is that many of the early conquistadors, particularly in the southeastern part of the United States and Florida in particular, were actually African. Jacksonville, Florida, which was Fort St. Augustine's, which was a Spanish fort there in Florida before it became the city of Jacksonville. It was staffed by all Africans. It was an all African garrison. And those African soldiers were sent there to, one, pacify the Indians, which meant to control the Cherokees and Creek and Southeastern Indians, but they also were sent there to protect the Florida Indians, the Appalachians. There were over 20,000, 30,000 Florida Indians that had become peaceful Indians and who had converted to Catholicism. And they were there to protect those Indians from other warlike Indians and from other people. But there is a great deal we know, again, from the Spanish that is rarely talked about, in which we see the blending of people, Indians, Africans, and Europeans, and we see our earliest, what you might call triracial isolates or triracial people in that region during that particular time period, okay? And when the English come, and this is all happening in the late 1400s, but early 1500s, between 1540 and 1571, we see all this changing occurring. So you have people who are Spanish and African, you have people who are Native and African, you have people who are Spanish and Indian, and Native and African and Indian, and then you have triracial isolates, those people who are a blending or a mixture of all three throughout the 1540s. So the Spanish are the ones who really began this mixing, and because of the African slave trade and the bringing in of large numbers of Africans, into the Caribbean and eventually into the mainland of North America, we're going to see that heavy mixing happening during that particular time period. Now, I feel pretty confident I'm out of time, but I will show you a few illustrations about Africans being taken during the African slave trade, because it is the Portuguese and the Spanish who really start the African slave trade across the Atlantic.
Smallwood,
Yes.
I would love for you to be able to finish. Would 5 more minutes do it, or 10 more minutes do it for you?
Yeah, I can move quickly. At least.
Okay, I want you to finish. And to our listeners, thank you so much. Many are saying, please give him more time. We do try to wrap up, just so there's plenty of time for Q&A, but this is wonderful. And so we're going to ask you just to continue until you're finished.
Okay, yeah, and I'll move more quickly through slides, but I just wanted to give foundational information to everyone so that you kind of see the relationship between your region, and I'm assuming many of you are from the Virginia, Carolina region, even if you've moved away from it. And if you're doing genealogy, this impacts what you're doing, because this is the backstory on what you're finding when you find mulatto and you find these different Indian groups. So now
absolutely no problem. Let me just say to our participants who are live with us on the Zoom, we usually stop and do announcements at 3 o'clock. The announcements will be on our Facebook page. So if you end up having to leave, don't worry about it. They'll be on our Facebook page. And Dr. Smallwood, please continue.
Thank you very much. So now I'm moving to Africa. We talked about the African slave trade, and this map is really representative of a later period in the trade after the Spanish, and when we have the English and the French and other nations in North America. But, how this process starts is, again, it's going to be the same, whether we're talking about the Portuguese, whether we're talking about the Spanish, or whether we're talking about later the British and the French. This process is still the same. It wasn't the Europeans who went into the interior to capture slaves. It was other Africans who, attacked the villages of Africans. The new movie, I cannot think of the name of the new movie that just came out with the women warriors. It was a very good movie and very accurate in terms of talking about how villages were being, attacked, or people would be kidnapped while they were out farming. And as Europeans gave the Africans guns, these African slavers, would use their guns to attack villages, to seize people. Those who resisted, of course, would be shot, as this illustration indicates and shows. And then those who then they would be able to take the children and take the women and take the men if they could. When they seized these people, they would take them on forced marches to the coast to be sold. And in these forced marches, through these raids, you have people who have been wounded. You have people who, are malnourished. And think about now, these raids were as far inland as, let's say, Raleigh, North Carolina. And then they have to be marched down to the coast, let's say to Wilmington. Or if you're in Virginia, they're as far inland as Petersburg or Suffolk. And then they have to be marched out to the coast to Newport News or to Virginia Beach to be loaded onto ships to be sailed off. Well, many of these slaves, some being wounded, not being malnourished, that's a long march. That's over 100 miles, right? It's a 100-mile, 120, 130-mile march to the coast. So many of these people would die on these marches after being, having witnessed their family members being killed in the villages. And I'll have to pause and talk about this. Unfortunately, there's a lot of tragedy in history. There's a lot of barbarity in history. And with the African slave trade, this is, another example of that. I ask people all the time, will people do anything for money? Well, yeah, we know that there are people who do anything for money. There are people who sell drugs to our children for money. There are people who exploit our young ladies for money. So people will do anything for money. Doesn't matter what color they are, white, black, whatever, people do anything for money. And so, yes, there were Africans involved in the African slave trade. Yes, they actually went into the interior using European weapons and technology, attacking villages and taking the women and children. And then this part of the trade, we talk about the Middle Passage. And we talk about conservatively 3 to 5 million people who die in the Middle Passage. And conservatively, 9 to 12 million people were taken across the Atlantic Ocean to the Americas, with 3 to 5 million of them dying in what we call the Middle Passage. We never talk about the attack on villages in Africa and the people that were killed from the attacks and the scarring that you are living a comfortable life in your home. Somebody kicks in the door, they shoot your father in the head in front of you, they kill your brother and your sister because they're fighting back, and then they take you and they force march you off and sell you into slavery. The psychological damage starts there, and the deaths and destruction start there. And how many millions of Africans were killed in these raids on villages and in the forced marches from those villages to the coast where they were going to be sold. No one has done a count. We don't know how many millions were, killed and harmed, in the raids on the villages and the marches to the coast. So it's important to understand, with the African slave trade, that we talk about the Middle Passage. We talk about the Africans brought to the castles, the slave castles on the coast, and then loaded onto ships. And then the madness of being on those ships and then being transported across the Atlantic Ocean. But we don't talk about the millions of families that were torn apart and people were destroyed and irreparably damaged mentally by seeing their whole villages and their families and communities destroyed. They take all the young people, all the women, all the children, they leave the old people, but then the old people don't have anyone to provide for them and take care of them. So the toll and devastation is just immeasurable. We talk about the slave trade, and I know you've heard these stories before, so I won't dwell on them very long. But with the Atlantic slave trade, we have the slaves on board the ships, and you have to understand in terms of the passage how these slaves are transported. You have men and women all mixed together, children, they're all mixed together on different levels of the ship in the same places, just put on the ship together. People have never been to sea before, so people are, sick. They get seasick. They get they have diarrhea. Some women are on their menstrual cycles. There is no cleanliness. There is no, way of taking care of the people. They're just all thrown on the ship and chained together on the ship. You might be beside somebody who's dead and been dead for 2 days, 3 days, and you're just chained beside a dead body. All of these people speaking different languages. It's just a cacophony of insanity, of noises. You don't understand anyone. You can't communicate with people. And then when you do arrive to your destination in the Americas, you are so emaciated, so psychologically damaged that, those who didn't die in the Middle Passage, who didn't die when they were taken from their homes, will die shortly after arriving in the Americas because they are too injured, too malnourished, and psychologically, many of them.
And how was they able to populate? Those same Africans was able to populate the Americas, North America today, to where they say the population that we at today is because of the conditions of these people came over. And he just basically, and I ain't taking no shots at the professor or nothing like that, but I am going against what the professor is saying. And he's saying that, yeah, they went through all this, and once they got over here and got dropped off, that they was fucked up. So I'm trying to see, don't nobody want about nobody fucked up. So how was these the people that populated the United States? But we're gonna keep it going because after this, we almost done with this first video. That I'm gonna come with my input and my rebuttal to what he's saying, because he's gonna say something at the end that's gonna be kind of crucial to everything that he's saying, and I'm gonna basically bust that down and I'll be able to bust everything else down.
Them have just lost their mind and are really unable to function. And these people, nobody wants these slaves. They don't want someone who's already injured or already, dying. They don't want someone who is obviously psychologically damaged and cannot, function or follow commands. And so those slaves are left to die on the beaches where they land in the Caribbean and in the Americas. Okay. And then those who resist, there are punishments for them to basically, force them into compliance during, these particular periods. So this is the acceleration of the slave trade. It doesn't matter if it's Portuguese, doesn't matter if it's Spanish, doesn't matter if it's English or if it's French or if it's the Dutch, That is the origins of the slave trade, and that's what we're dealing with and what we're talking about when we're talking about the slave trade. So when we talk about the first Africans in North Carolina, it is important to note that they come to North Carolina prior to the Africans coming to Virginia in 1619. And we've already talked about these regions. I've already talked to you about, the Chewan River, the Roanoke River. If you go out, you see the word Albemarle Sound, then you see Roanoke Island, which is right there, right there before you get to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. So many people are familiar with the English arriving in North Carolina in 1584, exploring the coastal areas of North Carolina and mapping what we call the Outer Banks, and mapping what becomes known as Roanoke Island and the various Indian nations and Indian peoples in Northeast North Carolina, Southeast North Carolina, and along the Roanoke and the Chewan rivers. I always point out to people, Indian Woods, as Marvin just mentioned, if you look at this map of Eastern North Carolina, and I hope you all can clearly see that this is Eastern North Carolina, but if you look closely at the map, you will see up at the top here, I don't know if you all can follow my cursor or not, but you'll see Virginia, Virginia. Eastern North Carolina was always Virginia, remained Virginia until Virginia was established, and then it was called Old Virginia. And you can clearly see the Albemarle Sound, the Chewan River with the Meharon and Nottoway rivers going off, and the Roanoke River. And you'll clearly see here this little town called Moratuck. And Moratuck is Indian Woods. That's my home. And at Moratuck, when the English came up the Roanoke River to Moratuck, my Tuscarora ancestors attacked the English and drove them back out to Roanoke Island. And then according to tradition, they pursued them to the island because they say they were the ones who took the white women and children from Roanoke Island and basically intermixed with them and blended with them. And that's a whole nother narrative, a whole nother story, what happened to the lost colony. But you can clearly see the villages of these people, which again are Iroquois longhouses. You saw them with the Five Nations in New York State. You saw them with the Spanish when they came through and burned and destroyed things. And you see them again, mapped and drawn by the English, John White and Ralph Lane. We see the layout of the villages, very highly advanced, communities with gardens of, the Three Sisters, corn, beans, and squash. You see the corn in the distance, you see the squash, and you see the beans, and then you also see the tobacco. You see them conducting religious ceremonies, you see people hunting, you see children playing. So you see a very, well-established community of people who are in an abundant landscape, fishing, hunting, thriving, and living well in Eastern North Carolina. It's important to understand that when the English came, they brought disease.
Hi, Dr. Smallwood. If I may, it is very clear that the community is loving your presentation. And so we have a proposal. Perhaps we can invite you back to do a part 2 and continue learning from you as you share this very valuable and informative information. Do you think we could maybe plan on doing that?
Let's do that. That'll be fine.
Okay. And maybe just another couple minutes to wrap up today, and then we can take some of the questions that have come in from the audience.
Okay, we'll do that. So I'm going to talk about this disease and stop there. So 2 minutes, hopefully.
Okay.
Just 2 minutes, and then we'll take questions. But all of this is well illustrated. When the English came, we talked about the Spanish. Now we're talking about the English. It's well illustrated. What the communities were like, what the people were like, and well documented that throughout Eastern North Carolina, from the Chewan and Roanoke rivers down to the Tar and Neuse, that everywhere the English went, they spread disease, and that disease had a negative impact on those communities. Now, the last piece I want to share before we jump to questions is I want to share the introduction of the Africans on Roanoke Island and the impact that they had on the coastal peoples in North Carolina. And I think I'll stop with this map and tell this quick story, and then we can talk. If you look at those early drawings by John White and Ralph Lane, and you look at the Indian groups that they document and the villages that they document in eastern North Carolina, in northeast North Carolina, as well as, throughout coastal North Carolina. One thing that you will notice is that you do not see any Machapunga Indians, you don't see Bear River Indians, and you don't see Mattamuskeet Indians. Now, I'll go back to the map just so that you can have a quick glance at it, and then we'll come back to that, right? Native nations are laid out, right? And they map the villages, and they map communities, and they name the different Indians. Even the Monogoks, who are the Tuscaroras to the west, but they name all the Indians. But nowhere on these early maps do we see Indians who are called Machapungas, Bear River, or Mattamuskeet. And the reason why I'm focusing on these three is because my presentation started by talking about triracials, and it started by talking about, the triracial history of North Carolina. And I mentioned that triracial history begins before 1619. Well, in 1586, Sir Francis Drake brings over 600 Africans, Moors, West Indian Indians to eastern North Carolina, and he releases them on Roanoke Island in 1586, a year before the whites disappear. And he released them into the landscape, and no one's ever cared what happened to those people. But if you go to places like Hyde County in eastern North Carolina, you'll find people who say they always have been there, African Americans who have blue eyes and green eyes, who clearly look like they're of mixed heritage, native African heritage, and they'll say they've always been there. And we know that the Machapunga Indians and the Bear River Indians and the Mattamuskeet Indians, they're what we call Black Indians. And they didn't exist in the landscape prior to this release. But by the time of the Tuscarora War, they are in alliance with the Tuscaroras, and they are clearly mixed Indians, Indians who are of mixed race. And so we see, again, a very transforming impact of the English on North America, because the English do actually introduce these Africans into the region, and these Africans end up intermixing with the native people and living in the swampy areas of eastern North Carolina and southeast North Carolina and Virginia, northeast North Carolina and Virginia, the Great Dismal Swamp, the Alligator Swamp, and throughout that region, and intermix with one another. So I'm going to stop here. And again, thank you all for being as patient as you have been, because again, I do go on, but there's so much history that's unknown that I have to touch. I try to touch on. I can't just jump straight in. I got to give background. So I apologize to everyone for giving too much background, but I'm ready for questions.
Dr. Smallwood, there's no such thing as too much background, and you have absolutely nothing to apologize for. Your presentation has been fantastic, just as we knew it would be, and it actually breaks our hearts to have to cut you off like this. We definitely will arrange with you for part 2, as long as you're willing. I'm going to end the live feed to YouTube right now, but I have put in the YouTube chat the link if you want to join us in the Zoom, so you can do that. And so let me just end that right quick. Dr. Smallwood, take a break, get yourself some water, do whatever you need to do. And Tania, if you want to go ahead and share announcements while I'm stopping the live stream.
Yes.
Dr. Preparing.
Got it. All right.
All right. So that was the first part. Shout out to Dr. Smallwood. But I just found that very interesting that he said that it was Black Indians there, but just because they wasn't written on the map, whenever John Smith wrote the map in 1880, not 18, but 1584 or 1586 or whatever that time frame was before Sir Francis Drake got there, I guess that's supposed to be the chess. That's supposed to be the big piece to say, well, nah, the black people wasn't here. But then, he also brought up earlier, lightweight, that the Spaniards was bringing over black people. But so the Spaniards was bringing over black people before the English, but there was no possibility before with the Spanish. But with the English, that's within that area where the black people came after Sir Francis Drake. And I'm saying that the Sir Francis Drake story is a lie. I'm saying that the Sir Francis Drake story is a lie. I'm finna try to pull some evidence, you know what I'm saying, to show my argument on that. But I think that's a lie because he went through all that. You see, we went through a whole hour, and that was great information. But but every time it come down to black people in America, black Indians in America, it's always like uh, a special case. It's always a special case of why those people are in that area. And it's a part two that I'm gonna show with him, where he gonna break down more of what he was talking about. But I'm gonna go on and put this in the game real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me bring this over. I hope everybody having a good night tonight. He said that the Spaniards was bringing over the black people first, and they was in the area first in the 1560s and the 1550s. They had went up to Virginia first, and they was in West Carolina and stuff like that, and they was also going down the coast of the Carolinas, and he said that they took 10,000 slaves. But then he said that whenever the dude drew the painting or drew the drawing, that he didn't see those three black tribes. So he's justified in saying the reason that it's three black tribes there is because of Sir Francis Drake. He's saying that because of Sir Francis Drake, and then on top of that, on Fist of Show with Sir Francis Drake, that the people that he dealing with, he didn't even bring the people down here. So let's just go on and get that out. But I'm gonna go on and show it. But just like I was proving on my other little builds about the black people being found in America, I'm gonna prove or have an argument. I'm fit to show my argument of why I feel that black people is the Maroons that already from the area that Sir Francis Drake is dealing with, that I'm already saying that their peoples was the ones that was found in Panama. These is descendants from the people that was already found in Panama that was enslaved by Sir Francis Drake and had already been over there. That's my argument, and been my argument since day one. Okay. See, and that's but let's just take a look at this real quick. Let's take a look at this real quick, because this is where I'm getting my standings from. So I'm coming here. We at the Library of Congress. So the English hero, Sir Francis Drake. You see the dangerous voyages. You got the account from 1572. 1577, and 1585, 1590, historic accounts. And this writing right here was copywritten or published or written back in 1695, printed in 1695. So I want to show some things where I feel like that those black people was already in their area. And then I'm also going to show that within this historical account where they talking about Sir Francis Drake dealing with, dealing with black people within this area, the Maroons, and then on top of that, telling the Maroons that, well, it really ain't no need for them to really even come with them to England, or to really even come on the boat, even move like that with us. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna see that, and we also gonna see where, which I already brought this up on my video, my first video, where the Smithsonian basically is changing history. For the simple fact that, but they basically saying that, that they saying that Sir Francis Drake did, but it ain't no documentation, it ain't no evidence, it's no, it's just hearsay. It's hearsay. But let me go on and get into this real quick, instead of rambling. Let me go to the next page. This one in. Hold on, because the first one is. Let me go back. Okay, right here. So this was the first page, so I'm gonna start off with. As you see, we got a date on here of July 7th, 1572. I'll come down. And on July 22nd, okay, so the Negroes aboard, I'm gonna start right here. The Negroes aboard informed them of the present state of the town, and that some soldiers were daily expected from the governor of Panama to defend it against the Cimarrones, a black people. They not saying Africans. Why they didn't say African? Why they didn't say African? Okay, a black people who about 80 years past fled the cruelty of their masters, the Spaniards, and grew since into a nation under two kings of their own, one inhabiting the westward and the other the east, in the way of Nombre de Dos to Panama. So let's look at this. A black people who about 80 years. So just like I already did it, just going back to 1492. If you go back from 1572, if you do the math, and that's just stating that them coming over here and pushing a line, and basically putting them in the position that they in, and basically giving a definition to them that was given to them by the church, because at that time the church had put a value on black people. So it was like, black people had value at that time. So if you came across a black person within the world, you had the right within the church laws to be able to enslave the black, and do what you need to do to be able to get yourself up in the game. So, when they're using these terms and saying that, that the Spaniards are their masters, that's because somebody has to be the black man's master during those times. People not understanding, just in the 1900s, we just got past the 3/5, whatever they shit talking about, as far as niggas was like a 3/5, we not human and we beasts and all type of crazy nonsense. We just now got, I don't even think it been 100 years since we got past that. So, and I'm gonna show within this book also where I feel that it's more evidence. It's more evidence that's showing that. And what's this on the screen is Sir Francis Drake, because the professor that we just got done listening to, basically he was saying that the reason that the black Indians are in the Carolinas, is in the North Carolinas, is because of Sir Francis Drake. And what I'm trying to do is basically disprove everything in this book, and saying that, okay, well, he didn't even bring over the black people, but just the black people within the area that Sir Francis Drake was dealing with was black people from America. They wasn't even from Africa. So, I'm already pushing that, but I'm gonna go and show what I show. But hold on, let me get this right, because I'm trying to put this other evidence together that I want to present, and I'm gonna get that going. Okay, so let me go to the next page. One moment. So let me go to the next page. Okay. So for one, because they in this area of black people. Now, but this one I'm going to start showing within the book, where it's basically giving up game on the people and basically proving that they from the area, that they not from nowhere else. Now, it's one thing, we got something called the Guinea wheat right here. So because they in this area, they calling the wheat the Guinea wheat. Little things like that, where they in the area and they find certain people, they name the stuff after the people within their area. What's up? There's some more crazy stuff within here, but hold on, I gotta go down a little bit to find what else I was talking about. Yeah, man, get down there, man. See if you can see some little information. But yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy that this is a professor, and that he said that the reason was for San Francis Drake. So, I would just go straight to the pages where they talking about the, when they did come down that second time in 1585, but this is 1572, 15 around that time. But that whole time, which you can read it, I'm gonna show you the pages where it's not talking nothing about them going to America. But let's go on and keep breaking this little stuff down. What else? So we got one of the one of the chief Maroons, which basically is the Seminoles. Basically a Seminole, basically the same thing. Seminole. We got Diego de Moore. Matter of fact, no, matter of fact, I'm tripping. Matter of fact, I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Diego de Moore is a a captain that was pushing one of these French ships. See, that's one thing I was saying, that most of these people that's out here that's on these boats and moving around, French and shit, these niggas is black. You got Diego de Moore, which he get to spying on the Maroons once they go help him out because this shit is in distress. So we got a nigga from Europe, Diego de Moore from France, and this nigga he spied certain Cimarroons. He side-eyeing the Americans. What else we got? Oh, it's gonna get better. It's gonna get a lot better. It's gonna get a lot better. We're just gonna just keep going through the pages. It's about let me see. It's about 12, 14 pages. You know that we're gonna look at. It's nothing big. We ain't supposed to read the whole book. Matter of fact, man, let me get a little beat going in the background. I've been tripping over here, pirating. Something going. Comment, like, subscribe. You know, tell a friend to tell a friend. And do it again. Okay. I think it was something. Okay, so this was kind of interesting right here. You know, this was very interesting right here to me. You know, for them to be, you know, kind of fresh off a boat, because they try to say, you know, that these people really come from Boyana, you know, which I went over him the other day. You know, where they say his ship wrecked, and you know, they supposedly supposed to be, you know, chained up at the bottom of the boat coming from West Africa, but somehow when the boat is going down, they able to get out the boat and populate the whole area. And they basically saying that these are the people within that area. So I thought this was very interesting right here, where they said that they had 2 forts of arrows. The Cimarroons had 2 forts of arrows and had it with iron, wood, fish bones, pound and a half weights, shaped the heads of javelin, sharp as knives. You know, they killing ox, wild boars, running down on them. You sound like some indigenous. Niggas got a fort. Niggas got 2 forts of arrows. And then it say, that they put up the houses quickly. So they able to put up, so is the West African, I guess where they coming from, are they tropical? Or is there more Sahara, like a more dry place? But I could be tripping, but what he said, that they putting up the houses quickly, instantly with these trees, and very well secure the rain and sun, speedily 6 homes, and made 3 fires in each, one at each end and the other in the middle. I don't think I ain't hating on the Africans when I'm getting down like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I ain't never really seen the Africans put it down. It's always some native stuff right there. That's native stuff right there. But they say that I'm reaching, but I don't think that I'm reaching though. But there's some more stuff. I just thought that was interesting. Also, for sure though. One moment, let me see what else is. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Your boy V Note the most. Trying to prove my point that black people was already over here in America, and today we in the Carolinas with it, because I heard we just got done listening to a professor, black man. Shout out to Dr. Smallwood. This ain't no shots at Dr. Smallwood on his work or nothing like that. It's just my opinion on what I'm seeing. There was some more stuff that I thought y'all thought this was interesting when they're calling these Africans chiefs. I thought the Africans was kings in Africa. I thought it was kings and princes. I don't think I've never really heard the Africans really say chief. But I could be tripping. And then his name is Pedro. But I could be tripping. We're gonna look at it some more. They're talking about this is a town, a Maroon town. This town is 30 leagues from Nombre de Dios and 45 from Panama. Fully stored with cattle, fowl, maize, divers, fruits. Come on now. How they runaways, and they from a whole nother, damn near a whole nother planet, because this is a whole new world. This is supposed to be a whole new world to Africans and Europeans and everybody from the old world. This is supposed to be a whole new world, and they got towns fully stored with cattle, fowl, maize, fruits, and they pushing the line. and they're feared. They running up on the towns. The Spaniards had to call in the feds. Man, they been calling it, man. This is wicked. But we gonna keep it going though. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Yeah, these people didn't even get took to Carolina like they trying to pump up. What it do, none of your business. Yeah, these people didn't even get took, but I'm still saying that these people right here is Americans. And you can see it within the work, but I also gonna show you to where you can go see it yourself. Within those pages where, you know, they supposedly saying that Sir Francis Drake brought these people, or some of these people from this area 10 years later, to North Carolina, but he didn't. So let's see what else they saying. One moment, let me change up that real quick. Where is it at? Okay, I think. Am I tripping or did I pass it? Okay, I think I'm tripping on that one. My bad. Go to the next page. Once again, the chiefs, not kings, the chiefs. These is Indian terms. But I could be tripping though. They saying I'm reaching. I don't think I'm reaching. I think they reaching when they just keep believing the lies that they trying to cover up, that they telling us where they covering up, where it's already black people in America, and you know that they did the UWAP and they didn't want to know, they don't want the other black people in the world know that black people was part of the new world. They want the world to think that they brought over all the black people to the new world, not knowing that the black people was already here, built up, doing things in the new world. But you know, I'm gonna keep putting it down. I apologize. Let me keep it going. Strong house is built there by the Maroons. Come on, man. How they making strong houses and they supposed to be on the run? Come on, man. Stop that. These just the Seminoles. Niggas been over here. Niggas since day one. Straight up. Oh, it's supposed to get better. Hold on. These are just some little jabs. These are just some little jabs. You know. It's gonna get better. It's a lot of info in here. I suggest that you read the book if you get a chance. Okay, let me see. Yeah. Yeah. This is it right here. I really ain't got to say no more after this, really. But I'm going to keep it going, though. I'm going to keep it going, no. And I know you see it. Shout out to the one person in the building. Shout out to that one person in the building right now that's supposed to get this crazy game. I wish I had a Venmo or something. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you tapping in. Appreciate you tapping in for this little game. Hold on, let me get this beat right for this one. Let me get the beat right for this one. Yeah. So, let me go on and, let me go on and start at a good place. When Drake perceived their shots to slacken, he gave his usual signal with the whistle for his men to answer them with their shot and arrows and then fall in upon them. But perceiving them retiring to a place of better strength, the English pursued them in the Maroons, having for fear of the shot stepped aside. When they observed them marching forward, came in all again with their arrows ready and their bows, dancing and singing, yo pee-ho, yo pee-ho, after the manner of their own country wars. These niggas try to say, these niggas coming from different places. They from all different places. They just all mixed up. And these just people from over here. These people right here. The people that's big tripping. The people that say, yo ho, pee ho. Yo ho, pee ho. Yo ho, pee ho. Yo ho, pee ho. That's how I'm coming in. That's how I'm coming in every time. Hey, that's the signature for the MMA. Yeah, that's the signature for the Seminoles. I'm stamping that. Yeah. I'm stamping that for sure. Yo ho, pee ho. Yo ho pee ho. Yo ho pee ho. Okay. After the manner of their own country wars. So we know when Sir Francis Drake came through. I mean, not Sir Francis Drake, but when Balboa came through, the Indians said they've been at war with these. They've been in a regular war with these people. Regular. These people was found over here. These people think that they're shipwrecked. Yo ho pee ho. That's it. But we're gonna get to some more though. We're gonna get to some more, and I'm gonna go on and show that. I'm gonna go on and show that. Well, I ain't even gonna read it because it's just too much. But you can go read. I'm gonna show you the pages where you can go see. Hey, yeah, man, these niggas didn't even get took over here. And then on top of that, these niggas ain't even from Africa. These niggas putting the Smithsonian trying to switch it up and say, well, they was it was a breakdown of Moors, Muslims, Turks. They called these niggas Turks. It said that they were basically military man or army man basically for the Spaniards when they was basically guerrillas that was defending their home turf. Man. Yo ho pee ho. Hey, if you're a real one, man, you gonna have that. You gonna have that in your language. Yeah, you gonna have that one. If you're a real one, you gonna have that one. I don't know about nobody else. If you ain't coming with that one, I don't know if you original. I don't know if you really from America. That's the line I'm pushing that. Maroons, Americans, MMA. Man, let's go to the next, man. Let's go to the next, man. There's some more stuff too. It's about 4 more pages. It ain't a lot. But there's some other stuff, that you can probably find interesting within this book yourself. As you say, you can go to the Library of Congress to go check this out yourself. It's no biggie. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to show this right here. They had to visit the other Cimarron towns. What other what you mean other Cimarron towns? How many damn Cimarrons is it? And I think I probably skipped a page where hope I didn't skip it. Where he say that the nigga can round up I don't know if the nigga said 700 or 1,000 or 7,000. It was a crazy number. Said that the nigga could round up real quick. One of the Maroon chiefs, not king, the chiefs. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I think I did pass that. I think I did pass that the page where they was talking about where he was talking about how you can I might have mean to do that, my bad. Hopefully I didn't pass it. Hold on. Yeah. Come on now. Now come on now. Now now the Cimarroons are supplying them with shoes. Man, now these niggas supplying these nigga. Now they supplying the English with shoes. You see it? What it say? Okay, it says where they ship lay, wherein Drake by their earnest. Oh, that is stayed some time because they said it was built for his state. I mean, for his sake. Okay, they must be talking about that little town. And rather that they might be supplied with shoes from the Cimarroons, who were herein very useful to them. Come on, man. They runaways? These niggas them so hold on. So these niggas had shoes in Africa? I mean, am I tripping? I thought these niggas was barefoot over there. Especially if they the ones that's getting snatched up and they ain't the kings and the ones that's really supposedly holding it down in Africa. They the ones getting snatched up by the so-called other Africans. So they must be the peasants from over there. These niggas come over here making shoes, making towns, supplying the English, 2 forts of arrows. Yo ho pee ho. Yo ho pee ho. Man, these niggas done fucked up and let me in the game, man. Niggas done fucked up. Yo ho P.O. in this motherfucker, man. What else these niggas done did over here that ain't looking African at all? Okay, hold on. Okay. Another thing I thought that was crazy. So, you know what I'm saying? When them niggas had ended up getting them niggas for the gold and shit and the motherfucking and the silver and shit when they put the lick down before they got up out of there. But they had you know, they put certain gold on certain ships, but they had buried some silver. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to come back and get it or whatever. But he say that he thought that all the silver that they laid was gone near 2000. Hold on. Near 2,000 but 2,000 Negroes and Spaniards have been there since the dig search for it. 2,000? Niggas in the thousands? Like, come on, man. Is that many runaways? And that early in the game? That early in the game? Come on, man. This is just getting ridiculous. And then on top of that, we gotta also where I just brought on the last little build in 1553, where these niggas said the shipwreck over there in Ecuador. That's the reason why it's black people over there. Stop it, man. So in 1553, that's just when black people got to Ecuador. But in goddamn 1572, these niggas got thousands niggas running around in Panama area. These niggas got different towns. Niggas is wearing shoes. They got forts with arrows and fully loaded with cattle and wild hogs, and they good. What nigga? What? They good, the motherfucker. And they pushing the line. Yeah, I think I did pass that one page where he was basically saying how you could round up a whole bunch of people. I think it was probably that one I had passed. I ain't supposed to go back though. We're gonna keep it moving. Comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Okay. So we got Drake desired Pedro and 3 of the Chiefs, Maroons. Is this more Chiefs? How many Chiefs is it? And this is supposed to be during a time when Bornye, it's the Borneo, whatever. Borneo, let me not say whatever in disrespect. One of the Aboriginals first hold it down that they had to, that they had to put it down and, and put it on paper and had to come up with a reason while this person was over here doing what they doing and saying that he was chained up on the boat and came in on the bottom of a boat and the ship wrecked and he got off the boat and ran the whole country from goddamn Cartagena to damn Nombre de Dos, Panama and Colombia, huh? Nigga from a shipwreck. But then we got 4 chiefs. And just like I say, man, I think that I have passed a little. I think I have passed a little. I think I have passed a little. I think I passed the page where they was talking about how they can get so many people, but you can definitely go on and go back and go read the book. Definitely suggest it's a good read for sure. But on this page right here, this is where they start in 1855. I mean, not 1855, but 1585, where they first get into Nombre de Dos in Panama. Excuse me. So you can go read that all the way to, so that's 149 up here. You can go all the way to 154 with it about them. And then on 154, you're going to see where, and the rest of the English sent for out of the country and ship, they left the coast. So this is when they left North Carolina. This is when Sir Francis Drake went up to North Carolina and went to go get them. And this is the time where they say that he so-called dropped off. It done switched up numbers. It done went from 700 to 600 to 300. And that's why I'm attacking this, because I don't believe it. And I think that they coming up with an excuse of why black people is in America, and they keep on finding black people in America, and they keep saying it's always a funny story behind it. Shipwreck. Now we got Sir Francis Drake dropping off 600 or 300. You know, at the time, this would be like in the billions of dollars. And they saying that the English there is no market for slaves. And that's why he didn't want to take them. Matter of fact, damn, where? Oh man, hold on. I wonder if it was still one. Hold on. I want to show that. Damn. Where he basically saying that damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. I lost my train of thought and everything, man. Damn. Hopefully it come back. None of your business. What it do? 903 by the P. I just thought that I'll put this in the air, but I'm also gonna play the second part of where he is justifying. Now you heard me come Damn, man, I wish I down and just bring it up on another little build where I can just have it documented. But it's like I say, I ain't gonna go back and really just trip on it too much. But I also wanted to show some more information about this right here. Damn, can't believe I didn't. That's crazy. Moment. That's quick, man. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's like I say, man, this ain't no shot at the professor, man. I appreciate everything that he's doing. You know, we need more. You know, when I went to school to be a teacher, but a PE teacher, you know what I'm saying, to be a coach, you know what I'm saying? I got love for the teachers. I wasn't able to do it because of some other things, but this ain't no shot at this work. This is just me giving my opinion on me seeing black people in America before white people, and they don't want black people to be part of the new world that they're from or that they're finding, and they're putting black people in a place and trying to write their story and basically trying to say, well, y'all look like some niggas, so we know y'all from Africa because we didn't seen your type before. That's only it seems like that's only their reason or definition of saying African descent. Like, nigga, to see a nigga, them niggas, that's some niggas. Them niggas from Africa. But at the same time, they finding these people over here. They're finding them. They're not bringing them. They're finding them. And they're just putting a term on them because of how they feel about another nigga that they seen. These niggas is trying to tell me, these niggas is so fucked up in the head with the shit to where these niggas tell me that because Christopher Columbus and them, or because the Spaniards had got her in 1492 in the islands, that they know everybody in the goddamn Americas, even in goddamn California. Like, these niggas just be reaching. And I guess they saying that I'm reaching because I'm going against the grain. I'm going against the main narrative for sure. Yeah, man, and you know, it ain't no thing. If some people did come from Africa, your people there from Africa, man, I ain't hating on the Africans with this build, man. With my builds, I ain't hating on the Africa, man, but I just feel like niggas is hating on us because nigga, you coming at me like a white boy, you trying to tell me what the fuck I am, nigga, and you supposed to be a nigga. I'm telling you what the fuck it is over here, nigga. How the fuck you gonna tell me some shit what's going on over here, nigga? Niggas is crazy. And then we getting the real niggas to start reading these books now. See, real niggas is tapping into they shit now and trying to bust this shit down with so many angles. It's niggas that ain't believing shit that these niggas wrote. Nothing at all. These niggas lied about everything. You can't present nothing to a nigga. Nigga lied about it, nigga. We tapping in over here. We erasing the chalkboard and writing this shit right. And that's for real. That's fucking for real, man. But I just wanted to show that. Let me bring up this next video, and I wish I could spend a little bit more time within this book, which I will, kind of go back and, show my fall offs within it that I didn't present, that I wanted to present. Yeah, I also want to bring up this right here. Let me type this in because this is coming from this. Matter of fact, let me just, because I ain't let me just type it in real quick to see if it come up real quick. Okay, yeah, we got this right here. Okay, this whole ass nigga. Okay, these niggas just lying. Man, these niggas just trying to change. These niggas just trying to change history, man. The Smithsonian. So niggas just see that the Smithsonian be like, ah, nigga, them niggas credible, nigga. Nigga, that's the Smithsonian website, nigga. Woo, 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 woo. Now, I also brought up on the Smithsonian where these niggas tried to say that Drake had brought over Africans in 1553 when we know that the nigga found black people in Panama in 1553. But the Smithsonian is trying to say, nah, this nigga brought over some Africans. And I brought that in on the last bill. So these niggas be playing. And I also want to bring up to the point to where at the end of this motherfucker, these niggas definitely basically say the shit. Hold on. The results could rewrite our understanding. Rewrite our understanding of the role of enslaved Africans in the early English settlements because they know that this shit is out the door. They know this 1619 bullshit that they've been pushing, that all they forefathers said. Now they try to justify it and say that, well, well, that's the English history. That's why you got the 1690. You got to go into the Spanish. But then, is Sir Francis Drake English? Sir Francis Drake is English. Why they not pushing 1586? Why they not pushing 1586? And this is supposed to be English history. But nah, they want to go with 1619. Hold on, let me show this real quick. I wasn't able to bring it up. I had to make a little video or whatever on my phone, but so this is what it said when I put it in the AI. I said, did Sir Francis Drake bring over Africans or drop off Africans in North Carolina before 1619? While Sir Francis Drake was involved in the transatlantic slave trade, there is no historical evidence to suggest he directly dropped off enslaved people in North Carolina before the arrival of enslaved Africans in Virginia, 1619. But we have the professor, and it's so messed up that it's a black professor at a black college. North Carolina A&T. I used to holler at a female from North Carolina A&T when I was in college. North Carolina ass and titties is what she told me that's what that was about out there. No shots at that school. Got love for all the black people. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I was told. But we got a teacher, a professor that's pushing the line heavily by saying that, yeah, it's black Indians in these areas, But the only reason that the black people is in these areas is because of Sir Francis Drake 700 or 600. But there is no historical evidence. No evidence of North Carolina dropping. There is no documented evidence that Drake on his voyage involved the Pacific act of dropping off enslaved people in North Carolina or any other location in the Americas before the arrival of enslaved Africans in Virginia 1619. Drake Roanoke's mission in 1586, Drake arrived at Roanoke in time to rescue the 115-man military detachment from starvation and impeding Algonquin attack, transporting them to their leader, Ralph Lane, back to England. That's it. If you look within his historical book, the book that we just got done reading, you can go from those pages from what's that 149 to 154. You can read just like we just got done reading about a lot what was going on when I was talking about the Maroons. It was a lot talking about these people in 1570s and the 1570s, but it's no mention of these same people in the 1580s when everything is good, when they got bread. It's no mentions of them. But the only thing that I could find was this Smithsonian breakdown, which I have put it on my video already. And just like I say, they using this map right here, or the map before Sir Francis Drake, because this is after the dude in 18, the John, whatever the dude John name, that the professor is saying, well, because we don't see these black Indian tribes within this drawing, this is the reason why the black people is not from America. It's because of the drawing. And I just kind of feel like that's a reach to say, well, shit, we just gonna go from this one drawing, even though we got a whole bunch of other artifacts or historical data, whatever you want to call it, that can say, well, shit, this make it look like some shit, right? Shit, I don't know. But then we just gonna say, well, shit, this one nigga, he knew everybody. This nigga was able to say he was able to travel on feet and boat to be able to see everybody within the goddamn North Carolina coast. He was able to see everybody, and he's going to be able to justify, even though he got ran out of North Carolina, his what he say is the final stamp. We got none of your business. She say, I have a friend from North Carolina. Her family have over 100 acres and were never slaves. See? And that's crazy that, whenever I start hearing stories like that, because I'm coming from Oklahoma, and then when I start hearing stories about the people on the East Coast and this stuff like that, and then I'm also hearing that they don't have any slave records, I would think that they would have, slave records. They would be the closest ones to that, because that's so-called where, they say it, all that stuff was going on like that, the way that they said it. But I just thought that there was interesting. Plenty of Negroes remain that they want to ignore. You right. Now I'm not supposed to read this whole thing, but I do want to kind of go to certain little areas where I feel like it's misleading and they're lying and they're reaching and they're keeping black people out of America of being lawful landowners of America, but because they are so caught up within this religion and this Bible and not respecting black people, that even though that they found black people over here, it's still we gonna label you what you are, and everybody's riding with it, and I really hate it after we're seeing that it's a lot of food, it's a lot of fugazi within their history. Let me see. So just like I say, it's supposed to be the niggas that he dropped off is supposed to be North Africans, West Africans, and South Americans, but we just got done reading where these niggas gotta chant yo ho pee ho, yo ho pee ho. That is of their country wars. So all this North African, West African, South American, stop it. Stop that, please. Keep on coming through. I'm gonna poke some more holes in these holes, and I ain't gonna disrespect them because they are men, and I don't want no problem like that. So I don't want to disrespect nobody. I just want to disrespect their work. I just want to disrespect the information. I ain't disrespecting nobody. I ain't disrespecting no man or woman. Whenever I get on here, I got to do better. I'm growing, being a content creator. Uh, but it's all about the information with me. So as you see, we got another big dagger. The tale begins. The Smithsonian is stamping tails and saying this is a historical fact. So they saying that Peter Pan is they saying Peter Pan is real. Fucking with the Smithsonian. Fucking with the Smithsonian. When it got something to do with black people in America, that shit is fucking Peter Pan to these people, man. It's no respect, even though that we got historical documents. Even though we got historical documents showing the mislabeling, showing the blatant disrespect and um, not acknowledging being truthful, lying, and on top of that, the church is allowing the lies to happen because the church is trying to lie and prove to they people that they know everything and that they motherfucking got the answer to everything. But these niggas just found the new world that they never knew fucking about before. They found out in 1492 a whole piece of land that was never written about within their history. And these niggas is trying to justify the black people because they got the black people looking a certain way within this book and how the black people was playing a certain role at the time to justify that these niggas over here playing with gold. They got big families. These niggas is over here doing it major. It's got major buildings, clothing. They not hurting for nothing. These niggas come from somewhere where they hurting. They hurting for something, man. Man, this shit crazy, man. I wish I had a drink. I done pulled up all the damn tequila for my birthday and shit. Yeah, this is one of the ones you gotta pull up to. Because if they got their scholar saying, nah, it's because of Sir Francis Drake, and this Sir Francis Drake is looking real shaky. Looking real shaky. A tail? So let me not, let me keep it going. I don't want to spend too much on the tail. But let me show they, okay, so they, man, come on. Don't do that. Okay, so we got, so they saying that they confronted that the English went to war with Ottoman Turks, North Africans, and Muslims and Moors. But I think we got drawings. I think we got drawings. Hold on. I think we got a drawing. Hold on. I need to go to this one website to be able to get them, to be able to get the other ones. Is this one it? I think this is it. Hold on. There we go, right here. This one right here. This one right here. So if you were to zoom in on this picture, you can go to the picture yourself. The people that they fighting is white skin on her. It's no black people that they fighting within these drawings. In Cartagena. These are these is white people that they fighting. Hold on. They ain't show the whole picture. They ain't the whole picture. That's wicked. But yeah, you can go back and go look at them drawings, and they showing the people, but they trying to say them as Ottoman Turks, Muslims, or Moors. So these are the Maroons. These are the Maroons, not the West Africans, but now it's the North Africans. Now it's the North Africans. Okay, so let's poke some more holes in it. What it say? Hold on. Okay, so once again, they saying that it's 600, 700, 300. So this is all this. So they're saying that the reason why it's black Indians over here and the black people ain't from America, that they from Africa, is because when the English finally deported in the spring in 1586, they took with them uh, of the cathedral mass bronze church along with most of the slaves and many of the convicts from the galleys and some of the Negroes belonging to private owners, according to a Spanish report. He didn't even show the report. This is supposed to be the best. This is supposed to be the best history ever. This is better than Jamestown, 1619, supposedly in their world. And just like how these niggas be trying to discredit me and discredit a lot of people by saying, well, where's the source? What kind of book has no... Hold on. Am I tripping? Hold on. Let me go back up. I'll be able to go back up. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, ain't no sources down here? Okay, hold on. Okay, that's the source. African American history, slavery. That's the source, huh? So this the dude that wrote it, Andrew Lawler. So we may have to hit him up. I don't know if y'all can get in touch with him. But this is the dude that wrote this. This dude right here. But we ain't got no sources. Just like they try to tell me, nigga, where's your source? Where's your source? Where's the footnotes? Where's the footnotes? Hold on, let me go back up. According to a Spanish report studied by Quinn, a Spaniard, the enemy, taken captive by the English and later released on Cuba, told authorities that Drake also took 300 Indians from Cartagena, mostly women, as well as 200 Negroes, Turks, and Moors who do manual service. Mostly women. So these niggas left the women, and he also said that before this, the not him, but the professor said that the Spaniards was coming through before so-called and was took so-called 10,000 slaves and took 10,000 slaves in 20 years off the coast, and took them to Europe for sex slave or for sex trafficking, basically. But we got this dude getting over. So that's they saying 500 here. At first it was 700, 600. The numbers just keep changing. The numbers is fabricated. But say we got 5. So let's say that they got, that's more, 500. So let's say they got 375 women and the other is men. And they left the women. What men that's pirates that take shit in the world? They just got done taking shit from they just got done taking these niggas gold and all type of shit, so called. And these niggas left the women. These niggas left the women. What man is leaving the women? Who doing that? Who leaving some women that you just so-called slave, that you just so-called saved from slavery, that would do anything for you at this time? You so-called gave them their freedom. He agreed to the women. The women was the fighters. What man drop off women and ain't busting nothing down? These are pirates. And they want us to believe that this nigga dropped them off. They want us to believe that this nigga dropped them off. Come on, man. But then again, just like they say, just like he was saying, the 600 to 700 blacks, but most of them was women. Now most of them is women now. To justify them having multiple kids and populating, they saying that the English is the reason that the black people over here populating in America. I don't like that. I never believe that. And I hate these hoe ass niggas that push that line that say all black people from Africa. I don't believe all black people from Africa. And the more and more reading and the more shit that I'm seeing and the more shit that I'm hearing from other black people that's doing studies, it's just telling me more that black people was here. And you gotta be you gotta be somewhat of a hater to black people to not to not have some type of belief with that. I wouldn't say you have to fully believe, because some people, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna take them a while to, you know, to come around. But I know with the stuff that they be hearing, I know they gotta be like, damn, some of this shit sound crazy. Like, how can a nigga argue? Now these niggas do be having good arguments. That's why I like, you know, going to their channels and, you know, hitting their links and, you know, asking questions, because, you know, they be having good questions. You know, they be having good comebacks. They be having, you know, they just ain't, you know, they just ain't gonna give it up like that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be no easy fade. You're gonna have to speak correctly. You're gonna have to probably show a source. You're gonna have to prove. You have to prove to another grown person what the hell you saying. Yeah, populating beyond the so-called natives. Yeah, that's crazy. Man, this is the Smithsonian though. This is the Smithsonian where they supposedly got all the bones. They got all this is the first museum. This is the granddaddy of all granddaddies when we come to historical documentation within America. This is the great granddaddy. The great grandmother. This how you get grandfathered in. See if I can see some more crazy shit up in here that I seen last time. Ah, yeah. Here we go. A Spanish dispatch from Havana based on intelligence provided by 3 Africans left behind in St. Augustine, smothering ruins, said Drake. So this nigga just leaving niggas everywhere. So now this nigga done left a nigga. He left first. A nigga left a Spaniard in Cuba, and this nigga told these niggas that these niggas had 375 women with them that they dropped off in the New World or whatever. Now we got from a Spanish dispatch from Havana based on intelligence provided by 3 Africans left behind at St. Augustine. How they get left behind? So how these three, since they so-called got documentation, where's the doc? These supposed to be they the first three to write in America, so-called. Before 1619. Said Drake meant to leave all the Negroes he had in a fort and settlement. The Africans know this. Now the Africans know what the fuck Drake fist to do. And they telling, so the Maroons that's banging the Spaniards down in Panama, disrespecting, doing all type of warring with these people and having big problems. They having big problems with these people in Panama. But these people get up to St. Augustine and tell everything. They ain't hard no more. They ain't tripping. They ain't pushing the line no more. Now they saying that Drake meant to leave all the Negroes he had in a fort and settlement established at Roanoke by English who went there years ago. He intended to leave 250 blacks in all small crafts there and cross to England with only the large vessels. Man, now it was planned. Now it was planned within the. Now it's a plan. Now check this out. So it's a plan to go to America to get black slaves. Is that the plan, to have 250 black slaves? Not saying that they going to Africa to go get them. They they saying they coming to America, and he intend to leave 250 blacks. But he ain't talking about going to Africa to go get them, no. But I guess he talking about taking them from America, which is supposed to be some blacks that's already brought over here. But as we just got done reading this great voyage biography, I'm gonna say biography, but book on the greatest voyages of Sir Francis Drake, and we read about, went over some pages of the Maroons and how I showed that they were from America doing American things and really not African things really adding up. And then on top of that, within the books are not being brought over here. There's no account of them being put on the ship. Oh yeah, that's another thing that I wanted to show. I wanted to show that I didn't get to show, which I will show whenever I do uh I guess a recap on this right here to put, to put out some of the evidence that I didn't get to put out, but basically show that and this slipped my mind again, that's crazy. To basically show that damn, that's crazy. I should have just said it when it was on my damn mind. Crazy. But let me keep it going though. Because they saying now that it was all a plan, but when we looked in the books, there's no plans. You can go read the book for yourself. You can go read the book for yourself. Whenever he is in England and he coming back, and they know talking about no plans. And it's like I say, it ain't they ain't saying that they going to Africa to go get him, but I guess they saying they coming over here to come get him. But then it's like I say, once we look over here, the people that Drake is kicking it with, they all speak the same language and they screaming and singing yo ho pee ho doing battles. And that just don't sound like North Africans, Moors, and what was they calling them? Muslims, and yeah, ain't them niggas ain't gonna be called a chief. They not chiefs, they kings over there. I thought they was kings in Africa, top to bottom. And there was another thing, just like I say, man, I'll be able to bring it back up on myself. Hopefully that it pop back up in my mind. I'll be able to express it. But I still gotta show it though. Uh but and also with with me reading this, it sound good. It sound good, but there's no historical documents that can prove what we reading. But this is the Smithsonian that is trying to rewrite history, which they already said that's what they're doing. We come down here to the bottom. They said that Quinn. Okay, so Quinn died, so I wouldn't be able to talk to Quinn, the person that did the studies on this. But I would think they'd be able to put out his work. Hopefully, we'll be able to see his work. Hopefully, somebody can bring out the work one day. But Quinn died, but Cooperman and Ties hope that future art archival and arch- archival and archaeology finds could provide new insight. Hope the future finds could provide what future finds. That's them putting in the play right there. These niggas just fist to uh these niggas just fist to forge something. These niggas just fist to come up with fake paperwork to be able to trick the people in the future. They gonna come up with fake paperwork. They putting it right here. They letting us know that the people that's this right here, that's with these titles, that their findings can prove the new insight into the Drake's passage. Their results could rewrite history. Could rewrite history. Basically, rewrite our understanding of the role of enslaved Africans in early English settlements long before Jamestown 1619. They're fit to change history with this lie. They are fit to change history with this lie. And I'm all on it. Tell a friend, tell a friend. Do it again. We know the most, aka Strictly Ghetto Engine. Comment, like, subscribe. So we got the Smithsonian saying that according to a Spanish report, a Spaniard taken captive by the English later released on Cuba told authorities there that Drake also took 300 Indians from Cartagena, mostly women, along with 200 niggas, Turks. So I guess the niggas was the man, and a couple of Indian dudes. The rest was all Indian women. It wasn't no African women, huh? They didn't bring over no African women, but the so-called Maroons is from village. That's another thing I want to show this where it say within that book let's say 60 families, or it's either say 16 or 60 families within the town, within the Cimarron town. That's what I'm saying. There's some other things in that book that I didn't show tonight that I still wanted to, that I felt like they can be able to prove that those black people is from here, from the writings, and it's not sounding like they're Africans or they're doing African stuff. And like we also seen on the other bill that I brought the other day, where the archaeologist is saying that yeah, they look like Africans, but we're not finding any traditions or anything, any culture trails that go back to a certain tribe in Africa or something like that. So it's nothing, especially within these early, I don't see how within these early years that the first people that's coming over here still are not being like Africans. Why are they more acting like Indians or Americans? Why are they more acting like Americans? So-called in a new world. So-called in a new world. They're advanced. They're making speedy houses, strong houses. They have towns. They are fully loaded with cattle, hogs. They have fruit. They're not wanting for anything. In the new world, when these niggas is over here struggling. But these are supposed to be the runaways that's been locked up on the boat. Half of their skin that came off on this 3-month voyage, so-called. But these are the people that populated the America of black people. These are the beginning. These are the OGs. These are our founding fathers. Instead of these niggas straight just being straight Americans, niggas straight from here, nigga that, got caught up in the twist within this whole paradigm. No, they couldn't last. And that don't even make sense for them because, they try to, mix match. It's like how they trying to mix match now. How they trying to mix match the black people by saying, oh, Turks, Moors, North Africans. They try to put different terms on them to try to justify just African. But it still ain't making sense. What she say? And I really and I believe that. And I believe that Peru thing. You know, the more that I'm looking into it, I'm seeing that man, black people is already, and you know them is, and I'm saying that okay, yeah, some niggas did come on to some ships, up to the states or to the islands. Yes, a lot of them niggas came from South Americas. You know what I'm saying, or from just the Central Americas, Florida, all the way in the Carolinas, all the way in the Carolinas. The whole West Indies, just like they say when they drew that map, when they say that the West Indies go from Virginia all the way down to North South America. You say the Turks come up out the Carolinas. Drake thought he was going too far for commies, and yeah, yeah, that's another lie. Talking about he already had it in his mind to leave. What, that don't even make sense. To leave some slaves, but you don't want to be reckoned. You don't want to run a city. You don't want to run a whole territory. And you know, I think he ended up going to jail for a while too. So I don't know if he went to jail the first time he came back and then or something, but he had went to jail or something like that too. So that don't even make sense for him to want to go back to. He done already went across the whole world. He done circled the whole world supposedly. Now he got 375 women at his this, right there, ready. I guess ready to work for him and do whatever he want to do. I guess they his slaves now because he gonna start a city. So I guess they got to go to work to be able to get this city going. And he just say, well, nah, it ain't no, it ain't no, it ain't no market for you. We don't need you. Come on, man. That don't even make no damn sense, man. Shit is crazy. What else on here? Real quick before we go back to this video, it's getting kind of late. Source Thunder, okay, what happened? Okay, look at this. What happened to the scores of hundreds of Africans in South America, however, is a puzzle. Is a puzzle, but this is supposed to justify why black people is in America. The puzzle, the tale. We can't forget that it's a tale, and however, it's a puzzle. Historians know that Elizabeth I repatriated about 100 Turks in an offer to curry favor to the Ottoman Sultan, an enemy of her enemy, Spain, but only 3 West Africans are recorded to have arrived in England on the fleet. So he's so called because the professor say that they dropped off everybody. They dropped off everybody and they took all the white people. But now they saying that historians know that Elizabeth I repatriated about 100 Turks in an offer. So 100 Turks, and it was only 3 West Africans. So we got what they say 500. So they say 500 at the least. We're going to take away 103. So they saying that 397 was dropped off now. Now it's 397. Now it's West Africans. At first, it was just North Africans, Muslims, and Moors, and Indians. Now it's 3 West Africans that on the ride on the boat, and one fled to Paris for refuge for trying to get back to the Spanish. So the motherfucking English was more hard on the nigga. That nigga trying to get the niggas that took him from that so-called took him from Africa. That nigga trying to get back to them niggas. Cause these niggas up here is more worser. Okay, look like I'm gonna have to go check out this book right here by Quinn, which he died. The dean of Roanoke Scholars wrote in this book right here, so I'm gonna have to check out this book. Y'all go check out this book. Let me know what y'all think. I'm gonna go check it out. The only reasonable explanation is that a considerable number of Indians and Negroes were put ashore on the Carolina Outer Banks and equipped with pots and pans, locks and boats, and launches of St. Augustine. Other historians, however, contend that the Africans in South America is likely drowned. Now they drowned in the storm or were sold en route to England. They don't know what happened to these niggas. Now all this could have happened and we supposed to believe it because it's coming from the Smithsonian. Now these niggas drowned or were sold or these niggas became Indians. They became the Burr Creek. They became the Macapaws. They became these other black tribes over here. Why they just couldn't be the black tribes in the beginning? Why they just couldn't be American Indians in the beginning, but now we got to put all this good. Now they got to come up with some type of explanation. Some type of explanation of why these niggas is over here. Because it don't add up within the timeline on their Bible. What is these niggas doing over here? Are they smart? They gotta be smarter than us. If they discovered the new world before us. If they discovered the new what are they doing over here? How you get over here, sir? And these niggas is over here acting like the Indians. Boy, these niggas is out of line, boy. I'm so glad that the internet is around. Niggas can get to these information and see things and will see. And I feel like that a lot of this information was lost to a lot of black people that was trying to prove their points back then. If they had all this information that we had now, man, they'd be blowing them. Man, it wouldn't be no match. It wouldn't be no match, and they wouldn't even be talking about no damn DNA shit. They wouldn't even be talking about no damn DNA shit if the people that was presenting the arguments back then had access to all the information that we got access to today in 2025, to where we can just hit a link, the motherfucking computer read the book to you. Come on, man. It wouldn't be no question. And they real scholars. Like, these niggas went to different countries and was really digging for that information. Look at this. Enslaved laborers were valued trade items at the time, but there were no market for them in the Tudor England, and no records exist of deaths in the Outer Banks storm. In fact, Quinn conceded in the 1982 article on the mystery may now never be known. The mystery. First it's a tale, it's a puzzle, now it's a mystery, and this is what, and I'm not shitting on the professor because he's a black man and he's doing some type of work for us. I disagree with his work. I disagree with him trying to justify black people. The only reason that black people is found in these areas is because of Sir Francis Drake. I can't believe that. When we looking at the Sir Francis Drake, I just brought a book from 16 that was printed in 1695. This is 100 years after, 105, 110 years after so-called Drake was in the Carolinas and did that. Just 100 years. And it has no account of that. But we're supposed to go off the Smithsonian, which we know they lied and said that Balboa brought Africans over here in 1513 when we know that he found Africans over here in 1513. What it say? Why would Drake leave the equivalent of gold bullion on the Carolina coast? Nigga, that's $1 billion. Yeah, why would he just leave a town? Why would he just leave people that can make him a city and make him a real king? He can be a real king, or he can have real rule over big domain land. Come on, he did this to stay on a ship. Now we got Larry Tice, the East Carolina University historian, told Smithsonian.com enslaved laborers were valued trade items at the time. Okay, yeah, come on now. These are the people that's doing the so-called evidence that's taking us out of American history to try to judge, and these are their answers. These are their final answers to Black America to say that, well, shit, y'all wasn't over here before us. Y'all came over here when Sir Francis Drake came over here. And we dropped y'all off. You became an Indian, or you drowned, or you were sold en route to England. But it ain't no documentation. It ain't no documentation with that, but they will believe these sources over the Mayans drawing their own drawings, and we seeing niggas with braids and dreads, and they would argue that ain't no black person. They would say that Pacific that Pacific fact or whatever you bringing up, that argument that you bringing up is not valid, but they would say that this is valid. But they would say that the little report that the Spaniards told the people that's not historical documented, that's valid. They would say that the Africans that was in St. Augustine that said that Drake was going to do this, that's valid. That's more valid than the Mayans' own drawings. These the type of niggas that we dealing with. These is the type of niggas that we dealing with. And you know what they're gonna say? The scholars agree, however, that what is most striking about the incident, it is obscurity. The saddest part of the story, and perhaps the most revealing, is that no one bothered to say what happened to these enslaved blacks, noted the historian Edmund Morgan. But they push 1619. All the historians knew this, but then nobody want to say nothing, huh? Man, these niggas is something else, man. They is something else. Um, Now nobody cared about the Africans and the Indians now. Now did nobody care about them, huh? This is crazy. The nigga Sean P told me that the reason that the black people was not brought up being dropped off in America because their book was uh, a superhero type book where they pumping up Sir Francis Drake, and that's not something that they wanted to pump up. So who cares about the Africans that was freed from slavery and was so-called the first black people in America, because they say that the first black people in America was in 1619. So this could have been history. But they say, well, shit, don't nobody care about that. Shit, the historians, the historians just let that pass. Why would they even think about that? We got 1619, even though we know 1584 is before 1619. But yeah, all the historians, we ain't see that. Man, this is so crazy. And I'm gonna end it. But I ain't gonna end it because I'm still gonna play the second video. But I'm gonna end me getting on here talking and shit by still saying that the Smithsonian, because it ain't no other historical documentation, but we got a black professor saying this and standing on it hard off the drawing. And we have the Smithsonian saying that hope that future finds could provide new insight into what do you mean future? It been since 1584. How much longer time do you need? It been 500 plus, it been 400 plus years. How much more time do you need to figure out to find insight into Drake's past? Is it gonna be a new writing? Is it a book that y'all ain't presented yet, that is still on tuck from everybody? Or y'all fist to forge a book to the results could rewrite our understanding of the role of enslaved Africans in early English settlements? None of your business say so many Other drawings and paintings show Negro Indians like the paintings Murray of Goodwin's. Preach. 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 Hold on. Let me go and get this right.
The hot, crispy fillet of fish with soft steamed buns, tender, flaky fish.
Okay. And just like I say, I'm fit to step away from the mic. Yeah, 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm fit to drop this last part of this bill where we have Dr. Smallwood or the professor. He's going to be giving a more of his argument of why Black people was not in America before Sir Francis Drake, and, you know, proving his points. You see, I prove my points. I think I'm right on point. Some people may think that I'm wrong, and it's all good. I just want to put this information out there because it just ain't adding up. But I hope y'all have a good night. Okay, he Pan African. Okay. Well, I hope you have a good night. None of your business. I appreciate you tapping in tonight for sure. You definitely got the star of the night for sure. You definitely top. Definitely. That's a fact. I appreciate that love. That's for sure. Whenever I go live, you're going to have to hit the link. Or I ain't going to say when I go live, but I think I may go live tomorrow to where we, you know what I'm saying, I just open up the panel, hit the link. None of your business next time for sure, so we can chop it up. Matter of fact, let me get a one-on-one with you. You know what I'm saying? It seems like that you've been in the community for a cool little minute. You know a lot. Definitely would like to get a one-on-one with you. Shout out to 903. He gonna buy the P. Robert Lee Ford. He coming through in the drop Honda Accord. And we got Shy Son. He got the funds. Let me go on and play this video, man. I hope y'all have a good night.
I forgot my responsibility. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right. So we have back with us today Dr. Arwen D. Smallwood. He is the interim vice provost for undergraduate education at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University in Greensboro. He received his BA in political science in 1988 and MA in history in 1990 from North Carolina Central University. He received his PhD in early U.S. and African American history from The Ohio State University in 1997. He has taught as a visiting lecturer at North Carolina A&T State University from 1993 to 94. He was Director of African American Studies at Bradley University. He taught in the Department of History at the University of Memphis and helped build its PhD program in African American history. He then became the chair of the Department of History at North Carolina A&T State University, and latter chair of the newly organized Department of History and Political Science from 2018 to 2022. Let's give a warm part 2 welcome to Dr. Arwen Smallwood. And Dr. Smallwood, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sanders. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the opportunity to come back and continue the presentation that I started in our last meeting. I'm going to pick up where we left off in terms of discussing the Black presence in North Carolina and its impact. So we're going to pick up where we left off. I mean, we ended our discussion talking about slavery and talking about the impact of slavery and, you know, in the New World with Native Americans, et cetera. And so I'm going to basically move from there and now begin to talk about early African presence in North Carolina between 1584 and 85, or between 1584 and 1607. There's been a lot about the 1619 project in Virginia, and I think many people see the African presence in the New World as being 1619, and that's not the case. The Spanish were actually the first to bring Africans to the New World, and they brought them throughout Florida, and I think I touched on some of this in our last lecture, throughout Florida and what is now Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and even as far north as North Carolina and Virginia. And so we had an African presence in terms of the Spanish in North Carolina in the 1567, 68, and then also in Virginia in 1570, 1571. And so later, we have the English bring in Africans, you know, not as slaves, but basically as soldiers in 1584, 1586, during their explorations of North Carolina between 1584 and 87. And so today we're going to pick up with that discussion, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the African presence in what we call the Albemarle region of North Carolina, which is the border region between Virginia. Virginia and North Carolina in this area share the Great Dismal Swamp, and really culturally, and really even in terms of blood ties, the white families and the Black families, and then the native peoples of the Chesapeake region of Virginia and the Albemarle Sound region of Northeast North Carolina and the Roanoke River Valley region are all really connected and linked by kinship and by blood. The English attempted to settle Roanoke Island in eastern North Carolina. That settlement failed, and then they basically moved from Roanoke Island to Virginia and then moved down. But prior to that, in 1586-87, when the English were trying to plant their colony, which became known as the Lost Colony on Roanoke Island, the Spanish were already in what we call today Jamestown, Virginia, and they'd already established a mission there, and they'd already begun to Christianize the Powhatan Indians. But there was a great uprising amongst the Indians there, and they drove the Spaniards out because of the cruelties that the Spanish had practiced against them. And many of the native people from that area, who are Algonquin-speaking Indians, were forced out of the Chesapeake Bay area down into northeastern North Carolina. And so they end up settling with the Iroquois-speaking people, the Tuscaroras in particular, in northeastern North Carolina. So today we're going to talk a little bit about that. And those of you who are genealogists and you're looking at early genealogy and looking at early families, whether they're Black or white or a combination, a hybrid, you know, mix of Indian, Black, and white, you're looking at Virginia, but you have to remember that early Virginia was really North Carolina. Eastern North Carolina was Virginia. And then, you know, Eastern North Carolina and what we know of as Virginia today, the Chesapeake, that became all together Virginia, what you're looking at right here, Virginia. And then Eastern North Carolina became Old Virginia. And what we know of as Virginia today in the Chesapeake became Virginia proper. And that's important when looking at old documents and old records and trying to understand where people came from and where they actually were living, because you might be looking at records that say Virginia, but they really mean North Carolina, and they mean the Albemarle region of North Carolina. And Albemarle County was the first county in North Carolina, and it encompasses the light yellow area here from the Roanoke River eastward to the Outer Banks, including what is today Chowan County, Pasquotank County, Perquimans County, Camden County, and of course Bertie County. And then, of course, Bertie now is broken up into Gates County, Hertford County, Northampton County, Halifax County, and also on the southern border, Martin County and Edgecombe County, where today Tarboro and Williamston are located. So it's important to understand this is the map that was drawn in 1584 when the English came to the region. We talked last week about early native cultures and native people. I pointed out the Haudenosaunee or the Tuscaroras and their influence in Virginia and North Carolina and their great confederation. So when the English are coming into the region, they are encountering native peoples that are already there. And the largest group of native people are going to be a number of Algonquin groups that have been displaced by the Spanish who had invaded the Chesapeake Bay area of Virginia and what we call Jamestown, as I said before, as early as 1570 and 1571. And then the English, they explore the Albemarle Sound. If you can see this map, if you were to turn it on its side, it looks identical to the area we just looked at. So it's important to understand that the English, begin their process of mapping and exploring Eastern North Carolina. And those of you who joined us last week and were present at the lecture last week when we talked about the Spanish and we talked about their campaigns in the Carolinas and their attacks on native villages, you'll see that these structures look familiar. Now, those earlier structures were drawn by Spanish priests and Spanish conquistadors and explorers when they were attempting to colonize North Carolina in what we call the northeastern woodlands, and they failed. These drawings are by John White and Ralph Lane, who that original map that you just saw here, they map Eastern North Carolina and go as far now north as the Chesapeake Bay of Virginia, which is to your far right, but they explore all of Eastern North Carolina and they start mapping the villages and the communities of the native peoples that are there. And they do a very good job of documenting the culture, the food ways, the religious practices, but they do a great job of documenting the native peoples of Eastern North Carolina during that particular time period. And as I mentioned to you before, you have a number of different Algonquin speaking groups that are scattered throughout Eastern North Carolina, but the dominant groups in Eastern North Carolina are going to be Iroquois people. And starting up in Virginia on the Nottoway River, you're going to have the Nottoways, and then the Meharons along the Meharon River, and then the Tuscaroras in Eastern North Carolina and the coastal plains all the way down to the Cape Fear River. But all of them would have lived, in villages that you see these elongated houses, they call them long houses. And there would be multiple generations of people living in these long houses. You would have, if they were still alive, could be great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, and children all living in the same household. And when you had an addition to the family, you needed more space. They called it adding to the rafters, where they would just take the wall off and they would extend the long house so they could accommodate the growing family. And then they would enclose the structure again. And that's why the Iroquois called their houses long houses. And they often say they would add to the rafters. It was metaphorical. And they would talk about that in terms of adding other Indian nations to their confederation, that they were adding to the longhouse, and they meant it literally, because as their families expanded and the men always moved in with the families of their wives. They married their wife, and they would move into their wife's home, and they became protectors of their wife's family. That was the Iroquois way. They were a matriarchal society, and so the children took the nation of the mother and took the family name and the family clan of the mother. And the men supported the women and supported their families once they married a woman and had children with her. Also, in terms of the landscape, the fertile landscape, in terms of the Albemarle Sound areas of North Carolina, it shows you in the illustrations and drawings that were done by the English in that period, how abundant, fish were, all types of fish. And the waters were clear. I talk to people, if you've ever been to Eastern North Carolina, and been to the Albemarle Sound in Eastern North Carolina, the Albemarle and Pamlico Sound. During this period, the water was so clear that you could see to the bottom of the sound, and it was full of oysters and clams. Literally, the bottom of the sound was littered with oysters and clams that purified the water. They took all of the impurities out of the water. And then there was just abundance of all kinds of fish. And there are certain parts of the sound, if you've ever been out into the Albemarle Sound, it looks like a massive body of water and it looks very deep, but there are certain portions of the sound that are shallow enough, as you see here, where you could wade through it, or it definitely was not any deeper than knee deep or waist deep. And so the native people in Eastern North Carolina, used the sounds and the abundance of the sounds to feed their families and to take care of their villages. And they had a very, very good life, very fertile region with tremendous amounts of foodstuffs. It's important to understand, and this will come to the African-American presence, and one of the changes that they make to native peoples and cultures is that when the English did their explorations and they mapped the region and they made these drawings of Native Americans, everywhere they traveled between 1584 and 1587, they spread disease. If you look at those earlier maps and you see the villages that they documented on the maps, every village that they visited, all of the people, men, women, and children, particularly older folks, began to die wholesale. There's just entire villages would die. And so it became so terrible and so bad that when the English were exploring parts of Eastern North Carolina, particularly in Bertie County along the Roanoke River, when they came to villages, the Indians would retreat into the forest. And then, of course, on the Roanoke River at what we call today Indian Woods, they attacked the English and drove them out of their area back to the Outer Banks because of the massive loss of life from just talking to the English, just interacting with them, trading with them. That trade spread disease, and whole villages that were full of children and old people and men and women became, basically abandoned because so many people died from the European diseases that were spread by the Spanish. And I wanted to note that as well, because not the English, but not only did the English spread disease between 1584 and 87 when they explored and mapped Eastern North Carolina and Southeast Virginia, but the Spanish did the same thing. When they were attacking these villages, we saw that last time, and they were killing chiefs and killing clan mothers and taking children and killing children, they also were spreading disease. And so they had a tremendous impact on the peoples in North Carolina and in the hemisphere in North America during the same time period. This will be felt not just in what we call the Albemarle region, the Chowan River northward to the Great Dismal Swamp and the border with Virginia along the Chowan, Meharon, Nottoway, and Roanoke rivers, but it's also felt in the central coastal plains along the Tar River and the Neuse River as well, because they explored all of Eastern North Carolina and mapped all of it. So the Pamlico Sound region, they spread just as much disease and have just as much of a negative impact on the various native peoples in the southeastern part of North Carolina as they did in the northeastern part of the state, and all the way down to present day Cape Fear River in and around the area where Wilmington is located, but basically in and around this area. And as you see, the Cape Fear River really starts in the Greensboro area. That's the source of the Cape Fear River. And it's really two rivers, the Deep River and the Ha River. And then they drain on down into the Cape Fear and drain out in New Bern. But this region was the heartland of the Tuscarora Nation that was in Eastern North Carolina. And it's just important that people understand that the Europeans, the English in particular, not only did they devastate the traditional Native Americans in Eastern North Carolina from their disease, not warfare so much, just disease, was enough to really decimate and eliminate large numbers of Native people in Eastern North Carolina on the coastal plains as well as in the interior. And then remember, most of these coastal Indians that we're talking about that you see on this map, who were Algonquin speaking people, most of them are being pushed down out of Virginia when the Spanish are up in Virginia in the 1570s, and they're fleeing the violence from the Spanish, and they're moving into the coastal plains and the Outer Banks of Eastern North Carolina. If you know most of Eastern North Carolina, and you see these heavy gray areas on this map, much of the eastern part of the state is swamp. It was more swampy in colonial times and first contact times, but still the Great Dismal Swamp is one of the largest swamps in the Southeast, along with the Alligator Swamp along the Alligator River and the southern banks of the Albemarle Sound. And then in terms of villages on the Outer Banks themselves, I mean, just like today, Native people did not choose to live on the Outer Banks. They would go there to summer vacation and to get seafood and gather seashells. But because of hurricanes, I mean, it was not necessarily an ideal place to have a permanent settlement. Native people were quite familiar with hurricanes, and they would come into the interior. And as you see, the Tuscaroras were well in the interior, but they would canoe out and go frequently to the Outer Banks, to both search for seashells and to also gather seafood and have clam roasts, etc. When the English came, they found piles, mountains of clam shells along the beaches and on the beaches, because native people would go out and they would spend a good part of their time in the summer out gathering clams and having clam roasts and bakes. And they would, of course, just have the shells, and the shells would just mount up. In fact, many of these mountains of shells that were found would be used later to make the roads, the road that stretches from the northern Outer Banks to the southern Outer Banks on the road on the islands, on the Outer Bank Islands. They would use those seashells to make some of the first roads. You see here too the different Indian groups that are listed. And if I didn't quite touch on this, most of these coastal Indians, particularly the Munchapunga Indians, the Bear River Indians, the Mattamuskeet Indians, even the Choanoke Indians and the Yupun, most of these coastal Indians became mixed with African Americans. And we're going to talk about, the African presence in just a second, and how they come to be in North Carolina some 30 some years before they end up in Jamestown at 1619. Because if you look at the early maps of the English drew of the region, you don't see Munchapunga Indians, and you don't see Bear River Indians, you don't see Mattamuskeet Indians. You do see the Choanokes and the Hatteras and some of these other groups, the Roanoke and the Core, but these three groups in particular did not exist. They were different Indians, but because of the loss of life and then the arrival of Africans, we're going to see some mixing early in the 1500s between Africans that were brought by the English in 1586 with these natives that were there originally. And they're going to end up creating those three distinct nations of Indians, which really are what we might call some of the first Black Indians in North Carolina, because they were really a hybrid of African and Native Americans that were from originally in North Carolina during that particular time period. This map gives you a better idea of how swampy Eastern North Carolina is. It shows the wetlands, throughout what we call the Alligator River, because it was kind of shaped like an alligator, but also, the Great Dismal Swamp north of the Albemarle Sound on the border with Virginia. But you get some sense of this region and how, again, the impact that people are having. Just remember, most people today wouldn't build a house in the middle of a swamp, and so Indians didn't want to build their houses in the middle of swamps. They built their houses, on high ground at the mouths of rivers, because they did use the rivers to get around for canoeing, but they did not want to put their house someplace that would flood. They wouldn't put their villages someplace that would flood, nor did they want the villages out on the Outer Banks where they could be destroyed by hurricanes. So they had summer houses out on the coast, and they had villages, on the high ground. But as you see, most of Eastern North Carolina was swampy. So once we see that die off of Native people, when Africans are introduced, there will be a growth in terms of a mixture between these Indian and African people, because many Africans were resistant to European diseases because they had been exposed to them before. The last thing I'll mention about Bertie County is my home county, and you see that red X there. Bertie County was home to Tuscarora Indians. All of these interior areas, I've shown you their territory before. And Bertie County, Moratuck, and these towns here, Moratuck is Indian Woods. That's where I grew up. So my little community there on the Roanoke River has one of the longest, most, recorded histories of any place in North America. And that includes Virginia and Massachusetts, the Northeast, any place else. It's consistently in the historical record, as an inhabited place, first by Native people, then by Native and Black people and mixed race people, all the way down to the present day. And then the red X represents the lost colony near Salmon Creek. There's been quite a few excavations being done there. People have been trying to find out what happened to that white colony that was left on Roanoke in 1587. The Tuscaroras have always said that they were the ones who, after attacking the English on the Roanoke River in 1585-86 and 1586, forcing the English to flee back to the island, where they were picked up by Sir Francis Drake, who was coming up from the Caribbean with a shipload of African Maroons and soldiers, over 600 of them. And they picked up the white explorers and left those Africans on Roanoke Island, and they went back to England. Now, most people know about the lost colony in North Carolina in 1587. I don't think very many people know anything at all about what we call Drake's 600, the regiment that he left of Black troops well armed with English guns on Roanoke Island a year before, who also went missing. And so it's pretty clear to me from the archaeological evidence that those people merged with those Indian groups I just mentioned to you, the Bear River, the Mattamuskeet, and the Munchapunga, because those people, they're still descendants of them, still down in Hyde County and in that region today. And they'll tell you they were always there. And basically, it's Africans merging with the native Indian population that really was there. And they still exist and thrive in Eastern North Carolina today. This is a reenactment of the Tuscaroras attacking the English on the Roanoke River at my place, Indian Woods. The Tuscaroras, cause of all of the deaths that had been caused by the English making contact with other native people, did not want them anywhere in their territory. So when they saw them coming up the Roanoke River, they immediately attacked them at what is today Williamston on the south side of the river. They attacked them, and then the English, retreated and headed back to the safety of Fort Raleigh on the island. And the Tuscaroras, through their oral traditions, have always said they pursued them to the island. And they, because they went back and they found the white settlers on the island, they took the women and children and brought them back up the Roanoke River to Bertie County. So that's what the Tuscaroras have always said. So when we talk about, Drake's 600, 700, but his regiment, his African regiment, it's important to understand that Sir Francis Drake, 33 years before the arrival of Africans at Jamestown in 1619, brought over 600 well-armed Africans, up from the Caribbean. And as a reward for them fighting for England against the Spanish, attacking Spanish ships and seizing Spanish gold, they left those Africans, gave them their freedom, and left them on Roanoke Island. Now, when the whites came back in 1587, a year later, there were no Africans there. There was nobody on the island. The island was abandoned. And most of these Africans that the English had enlisted to fight for them and they had, taken out of the Caribbean, these were soldiers, and they were well armed, and they were basically Maroons, which means they were runaway slaves who had been guerrilla fighters in the Caribbean against the Spanish. And so they were accustomed to living in the swamps and living in the mountains, because that's how they escaped the Spanish in the Caribbean and in various parts, of the Caribbean and even in Florida. And so when they came to, were left by the English on Roanoke Island, they basically, did what they always had done. They survived in the swamps. And they did end up, pairing up with the Indian peoples that were left there. In some cases, they might have taken Native women, but they basically created a new nation of people and a new group of people, which again, as I mentioned to you before, those Bay River, Mattamuskeet, and Munchapunga people, those are what we call Black Indians. And they, I believe, are descendants of these Africans that were left. This is an illustration of the fleet that Drake sent from England. It shows the route from England along the coast of Portugal, down by the coast of West Africa, where they turn by the Azores Islands and head out across the Atlantic Ocean. You see the fleet in the middle of the Atlantic. That fleet goes into the Spanish Caribbean. All of the Americas were controlled by the Spanish at that time, and they basically attack Spanish islands in the Lesser Antilles and in the Greater Antilles, seizing silver, seizing gold, taking materials. And as they attacked these islands and these settlements, when they found Africans, they promised Africans they would give them their freedom if they would fight for England. And so by the time the fleet reached to Cuba and to Florida, they had amassed an army in the Bahamas and in Florida. They had amassed an army of over 600 men, a regiment that they had used to pretty much plunder the Spanish throughout the Caribbean and any other Spanish ships they found on the high seas. As they had promised, when they got to North America, they did stop at Roanoke Island, where they picked up the explorers who had been attacked by the Tuscaroras on the Roanoke River, and they released those 300 men. They were West African Maroons, Jews, Arabs, they let those people go free on Roanoke Island. And it was a mix of people. There were Jews, there were Muslims, there were Moors, there were Africans, West Africans, and there were North Africans, and then there were Native Americans from the Spanish islands in the Caribbean, from places like Puerto Rico and Cuba, but Indians who had been basically running away and taking up with the Africans, you know, to fight against the Spaniards who had taken control of their islands and enslaved their people. So this was a mix, an eclectic mix of people, which if you've ever heard of a group called the Melungeons, who are in the mountains of Tennessee, Kentucky, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, home places, Barty, Tennessee, they call themselves Melungeons, and they have many characteristics. They have a mix of, you know, Jewish characteristics, Islamic characteristics, mixed race, you know, African, Indian people, as well as European. So there's like a hybrid, a mixed people. And there's a bunch of these communities all throughout Tennessee, Kentucky, eastern, southeast, and eastern Ohio, Pennsylvania, western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, all throughout those areas. And then even descendants of some of these people, of Tuscarora's people in New Jersey and places like Malwa, where the Ramapo Mountain people are, who are a mix of Delaware Indian and Tuscarora refugees who moved to the region after the Tuscarora War. So it's important for you to understand, which many people don't know and understand, that contrary to what is said in the 1619 project, that there were Africans, you know, already here. The Spanish had brought them way before, even back in the early 1500s, late 1400s, Africans had come with the Spanish to the Caribbean and to Central America, helping them to explore that region. In fact, Jacksonville, Florida, which was a Spanish settlement called Fort St. Augustine's, was an all African staffed garrison. There were all African soldiers there in Fort St. Augustine's. And they used those Africans to pacify the Indians, which would be the Creeks and Cherokees and Choctaws. Also, what we call today Paris Island, you know, in South Carolina, that was a Spanish settlement as well. And it had a significant number of Africans in that settlement as well. So again, I think that, you know, we need to acknowledge this and understand that the African presence in what became the United States of America, from Florida, you know, up to the Carolinas and Virginia, really predates 1619 by some time, but certainly in North Carolina, our African population, African-American population, predates Jamestown by at least 33 years. And it's just important that we all understand and acknowledge that. But we do see the absorbing of people and the merging of cultures. We do see, in particular, the Tuscaroras, who are the dominant group in the region, absorbing native groups that have been decimated by English diseases that have spread throughout the region. And they also absorb Africans that have been brought and left in the region. And then, of course, poor whites that will be, you know, brought in the region later. And beginning with the Roanoke Island settlers, 100 and some Roanoke whites that were left at Roanoke a year later in 1587, after the Africans were left in 1586. The Tuscaroras are very clear in their oral traditions that they were the ones to absorb those people because they considered Roanoke Island to be part of their territory, and they didn't want the people settled there, and they took the people. They killed the ones that resisted, and they took the others with them back to their settlements on the Roanoke River in Bertie County, and they intermixed with them. And that's kind of documented in two ways that I'll mention very briefly. One of the things we see with Tuscaroras by the start of the Tuscarora War in 1711 is that there is a creolization of Tuscaroras in particular, but native people in eastern North Carolina. They are a mixed, a hybrid of English, African, and European. Many Tuscaroras carry what is called the Tuscarora eye. And these were these were Tuscarora Indians who had green eyes, blue eyes, or gray or hazel eyes. And what you would find is that even amongst African Americans, we call them triracial isolates, among African Americans, even today, throughout places like Bertie County, Hosky, down even into Robeson County, but throughout eastern North Carolina, you'll find African Americans who are descendants of Tuscaroras, and these people who still carry what we call the Tuscarora eye, which is blue eyes, green eyes, gray eyes, et cetera. I had family members, one of my mother's first cousins was a bond And he was dark skinned, very dark skinned, as dark as the darkest skinned African. But he had straight Indian hair and he had piercing blue eyes. And I never forgot it as a child because it was striking to see someone, you know, who's that dark with eyes that are piercing blue. And that was not uncommon. The Tuscaroras that intermarried with the Ramapo Mountain people in New Jersey, same thing, you know, dark-skinned Tuscaroras with piercing blue eyes. And it was not uncommon also to see fair skin, some it's fair enough to pass for white, but they have blue eyes, green eyes, and families like Williams. I'm not saying Vanessa Williams is connected to these families, but the Williams, the Freemans, Rascos, there are a number of families out of eastern North Carolina and Bertie County that still carry the Tuscarora eye even today, where they have green eyes, blue eyes, gray eyes, or hazel eyes even today, down to the very day. Very strong in the Freemans and the Rascos, very strong in those two populations, but a number of families that carry those traits. So, question 2. Europeans settled in North Carolina and Virginia. How did Blacks and Indigenous people collaborate and build communities, both separate and together? And the answer is settlements and plantations, indentured servants and slaves, white, African, and Indian, did merge and interact in swamps like the Great Dismal Swamp and the Alligator Swamp. Both Indians who were fleeing persecution moved into those swamps. Whites who had been brought as indentured servants and didn't want to live as indentured servants ran away and went with the Indians into these swamps. And so did the Africans. Later, when African slaves are being brought to Virginia in 1619, they run away into the Great Dismal Swamp and into the Alligator Swamp as well. And these three groups intermarry and intermix in those swamps and create whole new communities of what we call triracial isolates in these swamps. And whites were fearful of the swamps, and they were fearful of these Indians. They were fearful of the Machapunga, the Bear River, and the Mattamuskeet because they couldn't track the Indians in the swamps. And the swamps are like the desert. There are oases in the swamps. There's highland in the swamps that you can build houses on and grow crops on. They protrude out of the swamp, out of the wet, swampy, wet waters of the swamp, and you can actually live quite comfortably. And many of these Indians knew where these places were. They took the Africans there and the whites that ran away there, and then they all had communities and villages where they lived and thrived in those swamps. But you had communities of mixed race people on the plantations where white indentured servants and African and Indian indentured servants are being forced to work together and being either forcibly mixed together or they're mixing together voluntarily because they're sharing the same condition. You had them in the swamps where they were Maroons and they were running away. And then you also have them in the frontier because Native people didn't care what your race was. They didn't care about Black, white, or other Indian. You know, the women carried the bloodline. So a woman who was of Tuscarora origin or another nation, Powhatan, or, you know, Mattaponi or Pamunkey in Virginia, she took a husband and she could choose any man she wanted. And once she chose that husband and she had a child with that husband, that child was a part of that nation. That child was Tuscarora, that child was Pamunkey, it was Mattaponi, it was Machapunga, it was Bear River. That child took on the nation of her mother. And it didn't matter what the child looked like. The child could be born as dark as the darkest skinned African, but her mother, his or her mother was Indian. And so that child became an Indian. So it's important to understand, you know, something about this. So on the frontier, you have mixed race people who are fleeing enslavement. Once their servitude was up in Virginia in 1619, they went to the frontier to try to make a life. So you got communities of mixed people leaving the plantation, moving to the frontier, starting their own little towns and settlements, and they are mixed. And then you also have the native nations that I just described, where Indians took in Blacks, they took in whites, they took in other Indian groups, and they intermix with them. You know, they become kin by marrying their women, and they are taken in and married in. And they are, as far as the natives are concerned, they are their nation. They are Tuscarora or whatever their nation is. This map is jumping ahead in time after that period, unsettled period in eastern North Carolina, where, you know, Roanoke Island is destroyed and the people are absorbed by the Tuscaroras and the Indians of eastern North Carolina. The Africans have, you know, basically moved into the swamps, the Alligator Swamp of eastern North Carolina, and mixed with what was left of those Indians that were devastated by disease. Then we have 1607, where the English go to Jamestown and have a successful settlement there, and they expand out from Jamestown, into Eastern Virginia and Southeast Virginia, and they send expeditions down, one looking for the lost colony, but also looking for additional land to settle and to conquer. And so they will attack the Algonquin-speaking peoples in Northeast North Carolina, that's on the southern part of the Virginia settlement, and they will begin to expand into that region. Well, remember, in 1619, there was not legalized slavery. In 1619 in Virginia, there was indentured servitude. And so when people finished their servitude, which could last from 4 to 7 years, they were free. And so in the Virginia settlement on the eastern shore, over where Delaware and the eastern shore in Virginia on the east side of the Chesapeake, there were large numbers of African Americans who had finished their servitude, became free people who actually bought land and owned land in Virginia and on the eastern shore. And they had their own tobacco plantations. They had their own indentured servants who were white, Indian, and African. And they were thriving and living in the Virginia settlement alongside white plantation owners. It was only when the white plantation owners decide to make slavery a race-based institution, and that anyone who was of Negro, had Negro blood, or was of African descent, that those people would be considered or classified as Negro and classified as slaves, that those people began to leave. So they leave Virginia and they flee to the eastern shore, and they flee south down into Bertie County along the Roanoke River. Many mixed race and free Blacks who had become free between 1619, after that 1619 period, until Virginia really starts to legalize slavery and legalize race-based slavery in the middle 1600s, they will flee to eastern North Carolina, and they will settle particularly on the Roanoke River and in areas of eastern North Carolina, where they felt welcomed by the Tuscarora Indians and the other nations of Indians that were living in those areas. And this just shows you that now growth in Virginia and the impact that it's having on eastern North Carolina. You see your Maroons and your Nottaways and your Tuscaroras on the frontier. I already told you they don't have any problem with Africans or other Indians or Europeans. So they're intermixing with these people who run away from their servitude, and they end up settling with them throughout Southeast Virginia and eastern North Carolina. So you have a very fluid community and situation, even as the whites become more aggressive and they continue to expand southward in and around the Great Dismal Swamp. Remember, though, there are whole communities of triracial isolates living in the Great Dismal Swamp, because the whites can't track them in the swamps. Their dogs are of no use to them in the swamps. And when the whites come into the Great Dismal Swamp, they don't leave the Great Dismal Swamp. Those triracial isolates and Indian people, Indian Black people, Maroons that are living there will kill them, and they don't go back. You come in, but you don't go out. If you're a runaway white indentured servant or a runaway slave, they'll give you an option to live with them or die, because you will not be allowed to go out and betray where they're living in the swamps to the whites, so they can come in and enslave and kill their women and children and their men. So they're not going to allow you to do that. So you have these sovereign places, the Great Dismal Swamp, the Alligator Swamp in Southeast North Carolina. You have these communities of Blacks. In fact, before the Tuscarora War, throughout the 1600s and right on up until 1711, when the Tuscarora War breaks out, the Alligator Swamp, which is just south of the Dark Gray there, near the Alligator River, the Machapunga, the Bear River, and the Mattamuskeet Indians, which I've already told you are Black Indians, they were mixed, with Africans. They were so terrible. I mean, in terms of their raids on white plantations and white settlements, and any ships that came through the area, they would attack the ships. Remember, there are certain parts of the Sound that you can wade in the water knee deep and waist deep. They would attack the ships and take everything and everybody. They take the women, white women off the ships. They take all the goods, the guns, the gunpowder, everything. And they just could not control the region. And as late as the start of the Tuscarora War just before 1711, I would say, in the late 1600s, 1690s, the English government of North Carolina in Edenton complained to the Tuscaroras that boats were being attacked and goods were being taken, and women and children, white women and children, were being taken. And they told the Tuscaroras to stop, to to force the Bear River Indians, the Machapungas, and the Mattamuskeet Indians to stop these raids. And the Tuscaroras reported back to them that they are sovereign people, that they have no control over them, that they can do whatever they like. Now that's, later during the Tuscarora War, we know that they were part of the Tuscaroras Confederation. So whether that was entirely true or not, we can't say. But the Tuscaroras said, well, they come to our villages and they take our women and children sometimes as well. But during the Tuscarora War, all those groups, the Core, the Noose Indians, the Mattamuskeet, the Bear River, the Machapunga Indians, they were all part of the Tuscarora Confederation, and they wreaked havoc all through eastern North Carolina, burning courthouses, burning schools, destroying plantations to free their people from slavery. They wreaked all kinds of havoc in northeast North Carolina, in the Albemarle region, and also in the Alligator Swamp region of eastern North Carolina. So we see acceleration of settlement in those places that were safe for white settlement throughout Virginia and North Carolina. And as I said before, be careful with your genealogy, because Virginia and North Carolina can be and are often seen as one and the same place, okay? And then they are split much later, I think it's 1728, when William Byrd of Virginia draws the dividing line between Virginia and North Carolina. And originally they always made the line south of where it currently is to include the Albemarle Sound, that all of the Albemarle Sound and what was called Albemarle County, which included Bertie County, and I said those northeast counties, all of Virginia always claimed that territory and said it was part of Virginia. But the new line, the line that we accept as the boundary today between Virginia and North Carolina, excluded the Albemarle region and gave that back to North Carolina. So as that settles down and the settlements grow, the acceleration of the African slave trade grows, and more Africans are going to be brought into Virginia, into the Chesapeake area in particular, but also into Maryland, Delaware, even in New York. I think a lot of people don't understand that slavery was legal in all 13 colonies. So Massachusetts had slavery, New York had it, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, all of these colonies had slavery. And so you have slavery and slaves being bought and sold, and particularly Indian slaves being bought and sold all along the Atlantic seaboard from Georgia all the way north to Massachusetts. But I think I mentioned that in our last presentation, though it is important to note and understand that there was a major distinction between the Northeastern Indians, and the Tuscaroras were Northeastern Indians, along with the Powhatan Confederacy, what was left of the Powhatan Confederacy, the Mattaponi, the Pamunkeys, the Nesman, the other Indians that were part of that Powhatan Confederation. They were all confederated, and they all stood against slavery. When slaves ran away from New York, ran away from Virginia and Maryland, the Iroquois would take them in and they would never give them back. When they ran away to the Tuscaroras in North Carolina and the Maroons and the Nottaways, they would never give them back. So there was already a divide. The Indian people were a threat to these settlements. They were small, they were trying to develop, and they were opposed to African and Indian slavery because whites were kidnapping Indian women and children and selling them into slavery as well. And so the Northeast just kind of developed very differently, but understand that Virginia and North Carolina were intimately connected to the Northeast, to New York and Pennsylvania, with the 5 nations of what we call the Iroquois Confederacy. And all of those Indians in the Ohio Valley who were under their protection and under their confederation, along with the Delaware Indians, the Nanacoke Indians, which you can see on this map, and the other groups that were there. The other thing I'll point out to you, and with this map being up, is just like I mentioned to you about the Machapunga, the Bear River, and the Mattamuskeet Indians in North Carolina being Black Indians, the Nanacoke Indians, if you look at the green area of Maryland and Virginia, and you look between the blue where the Swedes were before the English, the Dutch defeated the Swedes, and then the English defeated the Dutch and took New Jersey, what was called New Sweden, and they took the Hudson River Valley and Long Island for the English. The Nanacokes, which sit there on that island in what is today Delaware and New Jersey, Delaware and parts of Maryland, but Delaware. Jefferson said that the Nanacoke Indians were the darkest Indians in North America, that they were so dark they looked like Africans. And as you see on this map, they were a major nation of Indians, and they were supported and confederated with the Iroquois, but they were so dark that they were basically Africans. So there's to understand in early America, particularly during the colonial period, that line between what was considered Black and what was considered Indian was a very murky line that really, moved fluidly back and forth during that particular time period. So again, I think I'm starting to run close to my time, so I'm going to very quickly do this. I'm going to be given time, but I want you all to understand, if you get these basic concepts out of this second presentation, that's going to be very important to understand. Number one, that there was, before the African slave trade, there was a Native American slave trade. Now, the Spanish started the Native American slave trade in the 1500s, in the late 1400s, early 1500s. They immediately, Columbus, on his first voyage to the Caribbean, immediately seized Native women, raped Native women, and they seized them and took them back to Europe, back to Spain. And then there was a brisk trade in Native women in particular, but Native Americans during that time, in which they sold the Native women off as concubines and as sex slaves. So there was a brisk trade by the Spanish. And it was not just in the Caribbean and in Central America and South America. They even came along the coast of Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and they were constantly taking men, women, and children. The men they take to the Caribbean to work as slaves. The women they would take, the women were prized. They take the women and they would sell them in Europe, like I said again, as sex slaves. So there was a brisk Native American slave trade happening with the Spanish, for almost 100 years before the English got on the scene. But then when the English came, the English initiated the slave trade, particularly working with the Cherokees and the Creeks and the Yamasees in South Carolina and in North Georgia, the backcountry of South Carolina and Georgia. And they were kidnapping Native American women and children and selling them off in slavery. And the English would ship the Native men to the British Caribbean, to Jamaica, St. Kitts, Nevis, Barbados, and they would keep the women. And they would bring African men up from the Caribbean who had been seasoned in the British Caribbean, and they would breed them with the Native women that were in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. So the foundation of British slavery, and Alan Gallay, his book, Native American Slave Trade and the Rise of the British Empire, talks about the tens of thousands of Native Americans, just 20,000 alone from Florida, that with the help of the Cherokees were destroyed and kidnapped and sold into slavery at Charleston and then shipped out to the Caribbean. But there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and with the Spanish, millions of Native Americans who were shipped away as slaves during this period. In fact, that's one of the reasons for the Tuscarora War, is that once all of the weaker Indians in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, after they had been kidnapped and sold off into slavery, the only things that were left was the powerful Indian nations, the Tuscarora Nation, Meherrin and Nottaways, and the Powhatan Confederation. So the Cherokees and Creeks and Yamasees forged an alliance and basically went to war against them to attack them and basically sell their women and children off into slavery, to basically, to do that. I believe I'm out of time. I will answer this question, but then I will allow 4 questions. But the last
Dr. Smallwood,
yes.
How many more slides do you have?
Well, there's still a good, let's see if that's 20, it's still a good 25, 30 slides. So I won't go through the rest of the slides. We can ask questions here, answer questions here. But just
go ahead and take 5 more minutes, and then we're going to do our announcements, and then we'll come back to the Q&A.
Okay.
All right.
But this last question here, because I think if we get this out of my presentations, one, how that world, existed, and it was a very fluid world, and it was not predetermined that the whites or the English were going to dominate the society in the way that they did. The Indians were quite powerful, but the using of Indians against other Indians, the using of the Cherokees, the Creeks, the Yamasees, against the Tuscaroras and their allies to destroy them and enslave them, really, once one group was destroyed and weakened, then the other group would be attacked, because as soon as that war was over, the Yamasees were attacked and they were destroyed and enslaved. That's really what allowed for the English to really take off in North Carolina, Virginia, and in South Carolina. But prior to that, they had made very little progress from their arrival in the late 15, early 1600s until the Tuscarora War in 1711. They had made very little progress in terms of expanding out from the coast because the Indian nations were too powerful. But as this answers the question, it says, it did lead to the Native American slave trade. And unfortunately, the Cherokees, the Creeks, the Yamasees, were heavily involved in the coastal Atlantic Native American slave trade. And it did also lead to the split in the Native American nations into slave-holding Indians and non-slave-holding Indians. The Northeastern Indians, as I pointed out to you, the Tuscaroras, the Mohawks, the Onondagas, the Cayugas, the Oneidas, the Senecas, the Powhatans, the Nottaways, the Meharans, they were opposed to slavery, Indian slavery and African slavery. And they refused to return runaway slaves. They took them in, they intermixed and intermarried with them, but they refused to return them. The slave-holding Indians, the Cherokees, the Creeks, the Choctaws, the Chickasaws, the Yamasees, they actually served as slave catchers for whites in South Carolina. They delivered up other Indians as slaves, and when Africans ran away, they delivered the Africans back to the whites as slaves as well. And eventually, at the insistence of South Carolinians and Georgians, they began to actually practice African slavery themselves, and they held Africans in bondage until 1870 in Oklahoma. In fact, when slavery was abolished by the US government in 1865, the Cherokee Nation and the 5 civilized tribes of Oklahoma held their African slaves until 1870. But Oklahoma was taken from them because they had sided with the Confederacy and fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War, and the US government punished them by taking Oklahoma from them and forcing them to free their slaves. And there were tens of thousands of them, that were there in Oklahoma, and they are still there. They're called the freedmen. They are still Blacks that live in and on those reservations who became citizens of the Cherokee Nation and citizens of the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations because they had been held by them as slaves and their ancestors going all the way back to the 1600s. So just a very interesting thing. And then, of course, the last piece here caused many African Americans to become mixed with Native Americans because of this, not just enslavement, but also the fact that Native nations harbored them as runaway slaves. So they end up mixing with them. And in many cases, they become Indian and consider themselves Indian. So I'm going to stop there and let the announcements be made and entertain questions if there are questions. The only other piece I'll put up here for you all to see is this evolution of slavery in Jamestown, Virginia, because the one piece I did want you to see is we talk about the children following the condition of their mother. One of the reasons why that was legalized is because they knew that Native traditions were that the child became the nation of the mother. So if the mother was an Indian nation, then they would be considered free. So they altered that, they changed that. And then they also, again, began to ban interracial marriages because there were a lot of interracial marriages between whites and Blacks, Indians and Blacks, Indian Blacks and whites. So they actually end up passing legislation to ban that. And then the more important piece of legislation that I think is important, I mean, you all can see this online, but the defining of slavery as a lifelong condition in 1664 in Maryland and basically Virginia as well. In 1670, free Blacks and Indians are not allowed to purchase Christian indentured servants, which meant they were doing that before. Indians being captured and sold as slaves, captured elsewhere could be sold as slaves in Virginia. But we see an evolution of laws dealing with not just slavery, but dealing with this relationship between Blacks, Indians, and whites during that particular time period. 1682, and that's where I will stop. All servants who were Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, or Indians were to be considered slaves at the time of their purchase if either their parents nor country were Christians. The fact that they're acknowledging that there were Moors, going back to that early settlement in North Carolina, that mulattoes really originally were a mix of Indian and Black or Indian and white people, but they were Indians. But the fact that you have, this evolution of laws dealing with this mixture again, helps people better understand what was happening. Owners are to be compensated if Negroes, mulattoes, or slaves are killed. But then down here, that forbidden miscegenation between the English, but a white man or woman who marries a Negro, mulatto, or Indian is to be banished. Any free English woman who bears a bastard child by a Negro or mulatto will be fined. And if we cannot pay the fine, she will be indentured for 5 years, and the children will be indentured until the age of 30. The point that I'm making here with these laws that are evolving in the 1690s is what led to the fleeing of mixed race people from Virginia into North Carolina and to the frontier. But the fact that you have a law that talks about these intermarriages helps you understand that it was pretty frequent. We don't pass a law to stop something from happening unless it's happening fairly frequently, and we don't want it to continue. Drunk drivers, seat belts, anything you can think of when a law is passed, that's because it's been causing some serious problems and people want to stop it. So it's important to understand that in the early colonial world, between 1619 and this period, 1690s, there was a great deal of fluidity between Indians, Blacks, and whites, and they were intermixing, they were intermarrying, they were having children together, they were cohabitating together, and it was a very, very different world. But the government attempted to legalize slavery and separate these groups of people. And basically, if you had any mixture whatsoever, then you became a Negro, and they just looped all of the Indians, all the Black, all the white people together under Negro, and then they made them all slaves for the rest of their natural lives. So I'll stop there.
Dr. Smallwood, thank you so much. My head is just busting wide open. Can you go ahead and stop your share? And we'd like to bring everybody back up, and I'm going to stop the YouTube. To those who were listening on YouTube, thank you for being with us. We are now going into our Q&A with Dr. Smallwood, and for that, you have got to be part of our Zoom. So thank you.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen, really going for it, doing business on your terms, giving it your all, making a difference, and loving what you do. Every single day, feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back, what would your thing be?
Okay, so we are very pleased to have with us today David McCorkle. In 2014, David McCorkle created the free website nclandgrants.com, providing searchable data for all North Carolina land grants along with 1 million and growing digital images. This work required detailed research into not only land grant history, but details on how documents were kept and cataloged and recatalogued over the years. David has presented various topics at meetings of the National Genealogical Society and numerous state and county genealogical and historical organizations, and to the staff of the State Archives of North Carolina. He is president of the Durham Orange Genealogical Society, first vice president of the North Carolina Genealogical Society, and on the board of the Wake and Mecklenburg County Genealogical Societies. He's also a member of several other North Carolina societies. He's a member of the Association of Professional Genealogists, known as APG. David grew up in Charlotte, and after graduating from UNC Chapel Hill in 1979 with a BS in zoology, he remained in the Research Triangle area working in the software industry. He currently owns and operates a software company in Cary, North Carolina, and manages to squeeze in genealogy and local history in his spare time. Oh, he has spare time. All ancestral lines on his father's side were present in what is now Union County, North Carolina, by the 1800s, some as early as the 1750s. Let's welcome David McCorkle. And David, you're welcome to share your screen.
Okay, thanks. I should have looked at that bio first. It's got a couple of things that are out of date, but it's not that important. But like, I'm no longer on the board of Wake, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll just leave it at that. Most of it's correct.
Okay. All right. So while David's getting his screen up, if everyone would just please mute yourselves and turn off your video during the presentation, and we look forward to seeing everyone back on video after David is finished. Thanks, David.
Sure. All right, I assume everybody can see just fine. This talk, it literally is put together at the last minute. It's based on a presentation I gave in December for Durham Orange genealogy, and I saw Benita's here. Sorry, Benita, this will be a duplicate, but I added a few extra slides. We have a annual
So that last little bit where Dr. Smallwood was getting down, that's the last part of the video. We've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, I fell asleep like one thing, man. I'm over here kind of thawed myself, but I appreciate everybody tapping in. We at the 4 hour 30 minutes, and I'm officially going to end the build, but I'm definitely gonna have it on playback tomorrow on rerun. So if you ain't seen nothing, you can definitely catch the rerun tomorrow. But I appreciate your time, and y'all have a good night. Hold on, let me play this my old little cut real quick.
Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. Ay, she said be honest, so we can get beyond this. I said I'm all for my bucks like that boy Giannis. Anything else, I might yawn on a bitch, and she ain't gotta go left to get left, and that's a promise. We eating homins and washing it down with double shots. She from Bahamas and like hers with peppermint schnapps. She say don't stop, I wanna hear some more, especially about that one lady you said you met in more. Oh, she said I had a fall and calling in missing work. My money was all in, I was looking for that missing work, and I acted like a jerk and I said some things I shouldn't have, especially when she tried to tell me what I couldn't have, and she ain't even put in half or even seen a half. Talking about she was trying to be my better half, playing that role like I'm taking her for granted, but she the type that wanted me in the county, shipped to granted. I thought we was pretty tight, solid like granite, until I made a move like the man Mac, damn it. All that questioning had me second guessing, and for a second we couldn't even let no guests in, talking shit. She knew when we first met that I was a certified player that can pitch for the Mets, ball for the Nets, or play D for the Jets. They seen how I flipping them quarterbacks in the back of the Jets. She seen it too, then acted brand new. Threw all my shit away, I had to come back brand new. She fell off, but she somewhere well off. She got game from her man. She fucking with a real or a boss. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. Oh, Peppy, bitch, fuck you. I remember when you met me, I wanted to fuck you, but now when I see you, I turn my back on you. Cause my left and right hand just might be back on you. Thinking about the day when you fell off, you just wanted the cake. I was trying to get my cell off. You wanted my cell off, so I don't play no games like Greg Oden. No time for bowling or doing them extras. I'm trying to control the block just like in Tetris, and you gon' respect this, or you can get the move in. I thought you accepted this before your ass moved in. Now you talking like the police. What is you talking? Now I'm taking everything you bought and brought in. You better take off walking before on you I bail, cause if you keep on talking, I'm gonna have to make bail. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest. Damn, won't you be honest? I'ma be honest. She gon' be honest. We gon' be honest.
Man, tell a friend and tell a friend and do it again. We know the most, aka Strictly Ghetto Engine. Comment, like, subscribe, play this back. It's a good game on here. You know they found us over here in America, point blank.